Chanting one to put after the chanting I'll do that. I'll keep it. I don't want to disturb this.
Namaste and good morning to everyone. We welcome you to Arsha Vidya Gurukulam's 38th anniversary program. We're just going to wait a few minutes for the arrival of our Swamijis.
Please turn on the mic.
Testing. Namaskaram and good morning to everyone. We welcome you to Arsha Vidya Gurukulam's 38th anniversary program. We kindly request you to take your seats so that we can begin our program. Please silence your cell phones or place them in airplane mode. We will start with our invocation prayers as soon as everyone can find a seat. At this time, I'd like to request Priest Ganeshanji and Brahmachari Pratyagatma Chaitanya to please come to the stage for the invocation prayers.
Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi
Ganapatigum Havamahe Kavim Kavinam Pamashravastamam
Jyeshtarajam Brahmana Brahmadaspata Adashranvannoti Visita Sadhanam Om Shri Mahagadapataye Namaha Om Sanno Mitrasham Varunaha Sanno Bhavatvaryama Sannayendro Brihaspadihi Vishnurukramaha Namo Brahmane Namaste Vayo Tvameva Pratyaksham Brahmasi Tvameva Pratyaksham Brahma Vadishyami Ritam Vadishyami Satyam Vadishyami Tanmamavatu Tadbhaktaramavatu Avatu Mam Avatu Bhaktaram Om Shanti 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 Sahana Bhavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Sahaviryankaravavahe Tejasvina vadhitamastu avidvishahvayi Om Shanti 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 Bhadrangarne Vishruniyama Devaha Bhadram Pashyemakshabir Yajatraha Sthirairangai Strittuva Gamsastanubhihi Vyasema Devahitam Yatayo Swasti na Indro Vridrashravaha Swasti na Pusha Vishvaveta Swasti na Sakshyo Harishtanemihi Swasti na Brihaspatir Dadatu Om Shanti 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 Tachayo Ravranemahe Ghatum Yajnaya Ghatum Yajnapataye Devi Swastirastuna Swastirmadushebyah Urdhvan Jagadhibeshajam Sanno Astudyapate Sanchatushpate Om Shanti 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 Purnamatha Purnamitam Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnamevavasishyate Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om Tatsad Brahmarpanamastu.
Sri Ganeshaya Namaha. Sri Gurubhyo Namaha. With the blessings of Lord Dakshinamurthy, Pujya Swamiji, Swami Viditatmananda ji, resident Swamijis and Swaminis, the board of directors and staff, I extend a warm welcome to you on the 38th anniversary of Arsha Vidya Gurukulam. My name is Pallavi, and I am very honored to serve as your MC for this year's program. We are proud to present a violin ensemble concert by the students of the well-known violinist, Vidwan Sri Vittal Ramamurthy. Sri Vittal sir, as he is fondly called, is the disciple of the legendary violinist Mahavidwan Sri Lalgudi Jayaraman. Vittal sir proudly carries the Lalgudi Bani and superbly passes it on to his students. You will be hearing today the sweetness of the Lalgudi Bani that is soaked in tradition and classicism. The violinists here on stage today are Sharada Krishnan, Aditi Rajesh, Srinath Perangur, Naren Karthikeyan, and Chinmayi Palya. They are accompanied on the Mridangam by Sri Kirti Venkat Ramani, who is a disciple of Vidwan Sri Melakaveri Balaji. We are thrilled to have them perform for us today. Before we begin the concert, I once again request you to please turn off your cell phones or switch them to silent mode. We also ask you to kindly refrain from looking at this year's souvenir during the entire program. We are sure that you will enjoy reading it after today's events. Thank you.
Gurubhyo Namaha. We extend our namaskarams to the respected Swamijis and Swaminis present and all of the Acharyas. It is our pleasure to present this violin ensemble concert for all of you today, and we're so glad to have Shri Kirti Venkatramani with us on Mridangam, so thank you, Kirti. We began this kacheri with a Varnam, a composition of Sri Lalguri Jayaraman, in Bauli Ragam, set to Adi Talam. Next, we will be presenting Vatapi Ganapatim, a composition of Saint Muthuswami Dikshitar in Hamsadvani Raga, set to Adi Talam. Next, we will present a magnum opus of Saint Tyagaraja, one of the Pancharatnam Kritis, Yendaro Mahanubhavalu, in Sri Ragam set to Aditalam. The next piece will be Rara Rajivalochana in Mohanam Ragam, set to Aditalam. we thank you all for being such a wonderful audience. We will conclude with Bhoshambo in Revati Ragam, Aditalam, a composition of Swamiji Dayananda Saraswati Ji.
What an outstanding performance. It was mesmerizing to me, and I'm sure to all of you, and your love and joy and devotion to this art is so clearly evident. Thank you so much. And a heartfelt thanks to Sri Vittal Ramamurthy and, of course, his talented students. We would like to honor them individually with a token of appreciation now. I would ask the students to stand when I call your name. Sharada Krishnan. Aditi Rajesh. Srinath Parangur. Naren Karthikeyan. Chinmayi Palya. And of course, our accompanist on Mridangam, Sri Kirti Venkatramani. I now request the artists to take their blessings from Swami Viditatmananda ji. One more round of applause for these brilliant artists. Thank you. While we clear the stage for the next portion of our program, I'd like to make just a few safety announcements. For your reference, there are 4 exits in the auditorium, 2 on the side, 2 in the back. Additionally, there is 1 in the basement. To exit the building, please follow the exit signs. Just a reminder, in the auditorium, as always, no food or drinks other than water are permitted. Footwear is also not permitted in the auditorium. There are plenty of shoe racks right outside. Restrooms are located in the hallway. To get there, please go past where you left your shoes, and you will find restrooms on the right. Additional restrooms are available in the basement, in the activity center adjacent to this building, and also in the Temple Hall building. Masks are optional, available to those who need, along with hand sanitizer stations and disinfectant wipes for your safety and convenience. And as a reminder, we do have water available. I know it's a few hours this morning, so if you need water during today's program, please help yourself to some bottled water located on tables outside the auditorium. We will just need a couple of minutes to get the stage ready. I now invite Swami Viditatmananda ji, Swami Muktatmananda ji, and Swami Tadatmananda ji, as well as Sri Piyush Shah, to come up on stage. We feel so privileged to have this opportunity on the auspicious day of our 38th anniversary to honor our respected teachers for their brilliant teachings, as well as their compassionate guidance over the years. This year, we are grateful to have many of our board members here with us and able to honor our gurus. I now invite Sri Piyush Shah to honor Swami Viditatmananda ji. I would like to invite Dr. Urmila Gujarati to honor Swami Muktatmananda ji. I would like to request Sri Bhagubai Taylor to honor Swami Tadatmananda ji. I would like to request Swami Jnanananda ji to honor Piyush uncle. I would like to request Srimati Lata Deshmukh to honor Mr. Gregory Roll, a special guest of honor today. And I would like to request Siddhatma ji to honor Sri Nagananda ji, who assists our ashram with legal matters.
Making special bouquet for Naganand.
Please join me in honoring our beloved teachers and speakers. In addition, we also honor our resident and guest Swamijis and Swaminis by our dedicated ashram staff members and youths. I would like to recognize Swami Jnanananda ji. I would like to honor Swamini Sadvidyananda ji. I would like to honor Swamini Ramananda ji. I would like to recognize Swamini Ramadhavananda ji. I would like to honor Swamini Girijatmananda ji. I would like to honor Swamini Nitya Kalyananda ji. I would like to honor Swami Swatmananda ji. I would like to honor Swami Jyotirmayananda ji. And finally, I would like to honor Brahmachari Pratyagatma Chaitanya. Those are all the Swamijis and Swaminis we are fortunate to have with us here in person. I would be remiss if I did not recognize Swami Tattvavidananda ji, the Vice President of the ashram, who could not be here today, but it's a vital part of our learning tradition. Today, we also remember all of our other resident and guest Swamijis and Swaminis who are not able to attend, but who send their blessings for this important occasion. We are so grateful for their time and effort. We would also like to thank our esteemed board members for their leadership and contributions. I'd like to ask all of our board members who are here in the audience today to please stand up at this time. Please join me in recognizing them with a round of applause. They all work to support our ashram's progress, and we appreciate their efforts and dedication. We would like to express our gratitude to the diligent and hardworking people who prepare our meals, lead our prayers, answer the phones, sweep the floors, maintain our grounds, and make this Gurukulam a joyful place. A wonderful team is led by Sudatma ji, who truly represents service. We thank them for their efforts. Yes. We thank them for their efforts and acknowledge their role in keeping our Gurukulam running smoothly. Thanks to all of them. And we would also like to welcome Karthik and Vani to the Arsha Vidya Gurukulam family. You will see them in the office in the coming months. Please give them a big hand. Thank you. Next, we would like to release our wonderful anniversary souvenir and new books for this year. First, I will talk a little bit about our yearly souvenir. It is a work of smart art, conceptualized and creatively assembled by our artist, Ms. Samatha Chaitanya. The designs, articles, pictures, and the advertisements were all diligently created and well placed based on a theme. This year's theme is Lord Rama, the emperor who is a manifestation of dharma or righteousness. His empire was called Ayodhya, meaning invincible, because of his bravery, valor, and steadfastness in dispensing justice. Such were his conduct and ideals that they lent greatness to the very name Rama, the name of which even Lord Shiva himself sang in praise. The front cover depicts Lord Rama's Swarupa, the form that has been expressed by Pujya Swamiji in his bhajan, Ramam Bhaje. It appears against a background of greenish-blue hue, suggestive of the colors of Lord Rama's form. The pattern of the jarokas, or stone windows, is taken from the Kanaka Rajagriha, the palace of Ayodhya, from where Sita would look out for Lord Rama. Sita symbolizes the Bhakti Swarupa, devotional seeker, and her vision is of Jnana Swarupa. Lord Rama as the Ishvara, in our innermost self, the Hridaya Guha, the cave of the heart. The back cover shows Lord Rama as a protective disciplinarian, sheltering all who take refuge in him. The entire souvenir is suffused with the Jaroka pattern, background to maintain the mood of the vision of bhakti. The articles by our acharyas are indeed a treasure of knowledge and were specially selected for this souvenir. Starting with Nama Vaibhavam, followed by excerpts from Ramayana Balakanda, Rama Gita, Rama Vijaya Mantra, and Aditya Hridayam, and concluding with Rama's Pattabhishekam, the various aspects of Lord Rama and his life are presented to our readers in summarized form. These articles will surely whet your appetite to read even more of Arsha Vidya's publications. Swamiji, may I request you to please release this year's souvenir? Please cherish and treasure our souvenir. Thank you, Hari Om. We are thankful to the whole souvenir committee for this beautiful production. We also have 6 books out for release on this auspicious day. I will give you a summary of each one before we release them. We will start with Satsang by Pujya Sri Dayananda Saraswati. The question and answers in this book have been culled from the many lively sessions Pujya Swamiji held with his students. The satsangs span over 20 years of Swamiji's teaching life, conducted across the Arsha Vidya ashrams in the US and India. Through these sessions, we believe the reader will find many of the answers to their doubts. Swami Viditatmananda ji, may I request you to please release Satsang? Next, we have Nirvana Shatkam by Pujya Sri Dayananda Saraswati, a beautiful text for contemplation upon the self. This is a compilation of his talks on Nirvana Shatkam given in the Saylorsburg ashram in 2005, edited by Swami Rameshwarananda at Jnana Pravaha Vedanta Study Center in Manjakudi, Tamil Nadu. With great clarity, Pujya Swamiji has brought out the heart of this work through his brilliant exposition. Swami Viditatmananda ji, may I request you to please release Nirvana Shatkam? Our third book release is Reflections by the Ganga, also by Swami Dayananda Saraswati. This work is a collection of writings in both English and Tamil, written between 1963 and 1967 when Pujya Swamiji spent 4 years living in a grass hut by the banks of the Ganga. He would often remark that those were the happiest years of his life, reveling as he did in the joy of the mountains, the rushing waters of the Ganga, and in the study of the Sastras. The poems and writings from this period pour out his spirit of freedom and excitement to touch and entice us to dip further into them. Swami Viditatmananda ji, may I request you to please release Reflections by the Ganga. Our fourth new release for this year is Bhaja Govindam by Pujya Sri Dayananda Saraswati, a commentary on selected verses from the well-known Bhaja Govindam by Adi Shankara. Bhaja Govindam has enthralled generations of seekers to go further into understanding the truth. Pujya Swamiji's lucid commentary will ease the passage of the reader. Swami Viditatmananda ji, may I request you to please release Bhaja Govindam. Our next release this year is Mandokya Upanishad by Swamini Nigamananda Saraswati. This is her third publication in which she gives a detailed explanation of the word meaning, translation of passages, and most importantly, the etymology of every word in the verses. This publication will be very useful to both students and teachers of Vedanta. Swami Viditatmananda ji, may I request you to please release Mandokya Upanishad. Our final book for this year's anniversary celebration is entitled Whispering of the Soul by Ms. Romi Malik. This is a collection of beautiful poems which have been revealed in her heart as whisperings and reflect a variety of emotions like hope, restlessness, longing, and love. Her writing reveals the spectrum of the human experience as colorful as a rainbow and is sure to delight readers along her journey of joy and serenity. Swami Viditatmananda ji, may I request you to please release Whispering of the Soul? And Romi Auntie, I invite you to come and do a reading from your book.
I'm honored and blessed to be here today to celebrate 38th anniversary of Arsha Vidya Gurukulam. I met Pujya Swamiji in 1982, and he made an imprint in my heart. Yeah. I met Pujya Swamiji in 1982, and he made an imprint in my heart at our first meeting. The Gurukulam is a true home to me, and all the members here are my true family. I'm indeed fortunate to be part of this institution, a place for learning. I'm truly blessed to receive unfolding of the teachings from Swami Viditatmananda ji and other revered teachers. They have tirelessly and with deep commitment unfolded the knowledge of the Upanishads, knowing which everything is known. It is well known, it is all Ishvara's grace that I could partake of this knowledge. My prostrations to all my teachers. As I stand here, I can see Pujya Swamiji smiling and showering his blessings. All the Upanishads, all the teachings usually come to me as whispers, and that's the books, and Pujya Swamiji and Swami Viditatmananda were a big part of my life. So I'm just going to see whatever I felt about this. I'm blessed indeed, Master, for thy grace, for sending me teachers who have lighted my path and who have unfolded the knowledge of the self. In their sunlit presence and teaching, the darkness of ignorance dissipates. It is only at opportune time that we meet a realized soul who remove the cataract from our eyes, bringing clarity to our vision, to help us distinguish real from unreal. In their compassion and love, they become pointers in our true destination. My heart is filled with gratitude, Master, for this infinite grace. I prostrate and touch their lotus feet and feel blessed and taste the nectar of peace. Om Tat Sat Hari Om.
Thank you, Romi Auntie. That was a beautiful sample. I would like now to make an announcement on behalf of AIM for Seva. We are happy to announce the annual Donor Appreciation Program. This year, AIM for Seva will be presenting Agre Pashyami on Sunday, September 15th at the Westchester University in Westchester, Pennsylvania. Agre Pashyami is an enthralling multimedia dance ballet on Narayaniyam of Melpattur Narayana Bhattatri. Please support the organization in keeping with Pujya Swamiji's teaching of growing from a consumer to a contributor and making Swamiji's sankalpa of educating rural India. You can visit www.aimforsevausa.org for more details about upcoming events. Aim for Seva is helping to educate the rural and tribal children and bring them out of poverty. Currently, there are 3,500 plus underprivileged children in 101 chatralayas and 7,000 children educated in 8 schools. I would also like to make an announcement on behalf of all of the dedicated teachers who teach our young children as part of the Arsha Vidya Bala Gurukulam, otherwise known as AVBG. They offer a virtual learning environment for young children and teenagers, now with 8 levels this year. With the blessings of Swami Viditatmananda, AVBG was successfully launched in September 2022, right in the middle of the pandemic. We are pleased to announce the successful completion of the 2nd year. The AVBG program provides a solid foundation of Vedic heritage to our children. Children are taught not just values, but an understanding of the value of values. They also learn Sanskrit slokas, bhajans, rituals with their significance, role of prayers, itihasa Purana stories, principles of Vedic way of life, along with basic history of India and heroic personalities. Based on the teachings of the Bhagavad Gita, teenagers are taught how to manage peer pressure, develop self-confidence, and know their identity. As a mother of 2 children who have participated in AVBG, I would also say the teachers are incredibly dedicated and aim to give the children some fun. Classes are conducted every Sunday at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time for approximately 90 minutes via Zoom during the school year from September through May. Currently, AVBG, offers 10 levels of classes for age groups from 6 through 17. AVBG is looking for teacher volunteers, especially those who are part of the Arsha Vidya family with exposure to Gita study. Please contact Mrs. Malati Shankar or Mrs. Indira in the Gurukulam office. And we also have a website. It's balagurukulam.arshavidya.org. It's actually accessible from the main landing page. So please think about volunteering your time as a teacher if you are interested. I would like to take just 5 minutes to talk a little bit about what this ashram and its teachings have meant to me. So I will take no more than 5 minutes, but I wanted to just say a few words about my personal connection with the ashram. I grew up in the suburbs of New York City and was one of very few kids of South Asian descent in my neighborhood from first grade all the way through high school. As early as 5 years of age, I realized that my home, our customs, our gods were considered strange to my classmates and even my friends. Of course, we befriended other Indian American children at dance or music class, at the Flushing Hindu temple, or at the homes of my parents' friends, many who had also emigrated in the late 70s. But there was always a sense of otherness, of separation of my Indian and Hindu self from the bland and inoffensive identity I thought more acceptable to my American peers. I remember admonishing my mother when she cooked sambar and rasam at 6 a.m. because I didn't want to go to school smelling like Indian food. Rather, I thought it's wisest to just be mostly invisible. In the summer of 1990, I attended my first family camp at Arsha Vidya Gurukulam with my parents, my sister, and several dozen other Indian American children from all over the US and Canada. We learned slokas, a simple 16-step puja, yoga, and spent many hours practicing dance and drama under the guidance of seasoned teachers and gurus. We learned the profound symbolism of Lord Dakshinamurti and the value of Guru Parampara. I found myself drawn to evening aarti, to stand still for 30 minutes every day and to feel a deep sense of connection with our temple and this place. Above all else, we were blessed with an introduction to Advaita Vedanta and the fundamental principles that allow us to conceptualize freedom, even limitlessness. My personal connection with Vedic values and teachings arose as a direct result of the influence of Pujya Swami Dayananda Saraswati. My parents, Geeta and Shanti Kumar, have been longtime devotees of Pujya Swamiji, and I am forever grateful to them for guiding me to his teachings. Pujya Swamiji and his disciples empowered even us young children to think critically while conveying the importance of Shraddha in the mind of a student. Indeed, Swamiji encouraged children and adults alike to be serious in our pursuit of our culture and philosophy, while also finding ways to make the teachings relatable and often humorous. He brought lightness into every topic, and I found myself drawn to the adult lectures even as a teen. Pujya Swamiji and our many teachers here at the ashram taught us that it was possible to simultaneously embrace a rich pantheon of gods and rituals while recognizing that Vedanta transcends these physical manifestations of Ishvara and Bhakti. I can recall many wonderful lessons on values in the Gita in the Ganga Chalet, taught with patience and kindness by Swami Viditatmananda ji. And as a young adult, I was struck by the ease and clarity with which Swami Viditatmananda ji explained our scriptures, making them accessible even to beginners. Looking back on those family camps, they were some of the few times in my young life I did not feel other. I had a sense of belonging to a community of children who felt a similar grounding in our rich culture and were also navigating life in majority culture America. I had not realized that I was seeking unity within myself and community with others until I experienced it. Although in my 20s I was swept up in the busyness of medical school and residency, I always felt a connection with Arsha Vidya Gurukulam, a sense of home that few other places can provide. When I look back on many of the important events in my life, almost all are connected with the ashram. Ganeshan and Ravichandran priests have presided over all of the happy occasions in our family, including weddings, Simantam, and Upanayinam ceremonies. When my daughter was born in 2013, we chose a name that reflects my reverence for the idea of oneness. Ananya, often taken to mean matchless or unique, has another meaning in the Bhagavad Gita that resonated with me. Anya means other or separate, so Ananya means non-separate. And in the context of the term Ananya Bhakti can be interpreted as the Bhakta who does not see himself as separate from Brahman, or the Bhakta who is singly focused on the Lord. When my son was born in 2016, we named him Chetan, derived from the word Chaitanya, which can be directly translated to mean consciousness. These names reflect my deepest wish for my children to develop their own understanding of Advaita Vedanta philosophy and to use it as a framework through which to understand their place in the universe. Both of my children have had the good fortune to grow up in this ashram, attending camps from as young as age 5. As we celebrated my son's 8th birthday at the ashram just last week, I found myself thinking about this next generation and how they will navigate their multifaceted identity as Hindus and as South Asian Americans in a rapidly changing world. My prayer for them is that they feel grounded in their beliefs and values and that they emerge from childhood with a strong sense of self. I hope they use the teachings they have heard here to find peace within, promote unity around them, and support this ashram community which has given them so very much. For me, participating in this year's anniversary celebration has given me the opportunity to look back with sincere gratitude and reverence, and to focus my future efforts on supporting Pujya Swamiji's vision, whether it be through support for the ashram or for the many outreach efforts he has inspired over the years. Thank you very much. I will now introduce our main speakers for today. I would like to introduce Swami Muktatmananda ji. Swami Muktatmananda ji Saraswati, a disciple of Pujya Swamiji and Swami Viditatmananda ji, is one of our resident acharyas teaching classes in the ashram during the summer and on the weekends in different times of the year, as well as Zoom classes online. Swamiji is revered for his scholarship and humility. I invite Swami Muktatmananda ji to say a few words.
Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahanau Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karavavahai Tejasvinavaditamastu ma vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. First of all, it gives me an immense pleasure to join all of you on the occasion of 38th anniversary celebration of our Gurukulam. This Gurukulam is an vision of a Pujya Swamiji, where teaching of Vedanta is offered in a traditional manner. Vedanta has always been an oral tradition of teaching, passed from teacher to student. It's an instrument in giving rise to knowledge. Those who come to Vedanta as serious students take it as a means of knowledge, as true as the eyes are a means of knowledge for knowing the color and form of a physical object. Being an oral tradition, it requires a teacher who handles the words, unlocks the meaning behind the words. To say that you are limitless, you are full, is one thing, and to make the student see what that actually means is another. If that is not done, the words just create another conditioning. Here the subject matter which I want to know is what I want to be and is what I am. I don't want happiness, fullness, but I want to be happy, a full person. The joy that one discovers by the repeated practice of Shravana Manana Didhyasanam is centered on I. The repetition does not bring boredom. It's a discovery of a joy in which one gains a resolution of the sorrow that is centered on I. As this I is released from the various notions that give rise to sorrow, well, a sense of sorrow, the sorrow comes to an end by recognizing the nature of oneself is fullness, happiness. To gain this self-knowledge, we have one instrument called mind. Very beautifully said by Upanishad itself. Kathopanishad says, Manasa eva anudrashtavyam nehana anasti kinchana drashyate tu agraya buddhya sukshmaya sukshmadarshibihi. One should know oneself by mind alone. But then Kenopanishad says, Yan manasana manute yena ahur manomatam, which clearly says, well, mind cannot know the self. Now, which statement is correct? Well, both are correct. Unrefined mind cannot know the self. The refined mind can know the self. So, Shankaracharya ji tells in Gita Bhashyam, Shastra Acharya Samskrita Manaha Atma Darshane Karanam. So, refined man alone can gain the clear knowledge of the self. Unfortunately, everyone is born with an unrefined mind, prakrutam manaha. So refining mind is a primary goal. The process of refinement is called samskara. So in our culture, right from conception onwards, we have got prayers, rituals for refinement. Between womb and tomb, we have 41 samskaras. So garbhadhanam, simantonayanam, jatakarma, chaulam, etc., then vivaha, and last is a Agni Samskara. Body is offered, physical body is offered to Agni Devata, through which I should get a better birth next time. So I will be closer to this knowledge. Mind is not refined in a one janma, but it is acquired in many janmas. Bhagavan also says, Aneka janma samsiddha. So just as cooking takes time, eating takes only a few minutes, same way refinement takes time. Well, and once refinement is done, well, the self-knowledge takes place very quickly. This refinement process consists of two processes. One is a removal of the impurity, and the second is the addition of the virtues. Like refining the physical body involves two processes. Taking bath in order to remove the impurities, and second is applying talcum powder, perfume, winter cream, etc., or vibhuti chandanam. All is an addition of the beauty. So refining house also involves two things: removing dirt, stains, and old paint from the walls, etc., and then repainting them. Same principle applies here for the beautification of the mind. Removing unhealthy traits from the mind and also cultivating healthy traits. At this point, I just enlist unhealthy and healthy traits. Unhealthy traits are 6. First is a kamaha, a binding desire. Second is a krodaha, anger. Third is a lobaha, greed. Fourth is a mohaha, confusion. Fifth is a madaha, pride. And sixth is a matsaryam, which is a jealousy born of comparison. 6 healthy traits are, first is a atma vishwasaha, faith in oneself. The second is a self-mastery. Third is self-integration. Fourth is a humility. Fifth is the purity of the motive. And sixth is a compassion. Now, out of these 6 healthy traits, I will just elaborate one healthy trait, and that is compassion. This is most important human virtue. It makes a human being a human being. Psychologist calls it as empathy. The capacity to feel the other person's feeling is empathy. When the other person is angry, feel depressed, etc., generally I am not aware. I am not concerned. But when I become more and more sensitive, then I am able to feel the pain of others, and I will not be caused to give pain to others. A sensitive mind has a compassion. It can feel the pain and share the pain of others, and it can mirror the feelings of the others. Psychologist says, human being is capable of listening to others with attention, feel the pain of others, and communicate to others that I am able to appreciate your pain. The best remedy for the other's pain is my appreciation of the other person's pain. Kalidasi mentions empathy in Shakuntalam. He says, Snigdajana sambhivaktam khalu dukkham sahya vedanam bhavati. When my pain is shared with a considerate, empathetic, listening person, then after sharing, I feel greatly relieved. Whether I share pain of others or not, I don't give extra pain to others. That is what even Bhagavan mentions, this value. Bhagavan also mentions in Bhagavad Gita as a bhuteshu daya. So bhutam means here any living being. Being compassionate to all living beings, of course, is a great value. Even this one trait can take us to the highest goal of life, moksha, through refinement of the mind. So I pray to Lord Dakshinamurti that all of us grow, gain refinement of our minds through His grace, and achieve the human goal of the absolute freedom. Om Tat Sat.
Thank you, Swamiji. I would now like to introduce Swami Viditatmananda ji. Swami Viditatmananda Saraswati is a disciple of Pujya Swamiji and is a scholar of Sanskrit and a former computer engineer. His background allows him to draw upon contemporary scientific and psychological insights while unfolding sacred Sanskrit scriptures. Swami Viditatmananda ji is the founder and resident teacher of Arsha Bodha Center in Somerset, New Jersey. His teachings are full of warmth and humor with his informal and personal style. The YouTube presentations of Swamiji on current topics are highly appreciated by people of all ages. I invite Swami Viditatmananda ji to say a few words.
Shiva Samarambham Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmaracharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. Om. Swamiji and all of our revered teachers and our wonderful friends. It's a joy to come and join you all today. Excuse me. Each year I come here, maybe several times, but always on the anniversary. And each time I come, it really is coming home to meet my family members and how many cousins do I have? My gosh. Or you would say cousin brother, nice expression, and cousin sister. Anyway, it really is a joy, and congratulations to all of you on everything that has come up over the years here at Arsha Vidya Gurukulam. Many of you have been coming here for years. Some of you have been coming here for decades, right? And chances are some of your friends or relatives happen to know that you've been coming here for those years or decades, and they know that you come here for the sake of spiritual teachings of Advaita Vedanta. They may or may not know the details, but they know in general why you're coming here. Have you ever been asked by a friend or relative? A question goes something like this: you've been going to Arsha Vidya Gurukulam for how many years? So, are you enlightened yet? That's not an uncommon question. So, are you enlightened yet? Or if it's someone who doesn't like you too much, it might end up being a little sarcastic. Obviously, you're not enlightened yet. I hope you don't have any such friends. Anyway, how to answer that question? Are you enlightened yet? That's the key word here. And if you want to answer them in a very technically correct manner, what you would say is, it depends. If you are asking if my Satchidananda Atma is enlightened yet? You ask, say you. If by the pronoun you, you're referring to my true nature, Satchidananda Atma, always enlightened. Even before coming to Arsha Vidya Gurukulam, always enlightened. On the other hand, if you're referring to this one definitely not enlightened. In fact, it's not getting any lighter at all, it's getting heavier. Which is at least a fact for me. It may or may not be true for you. So, how can we... Sorry. How to really understand this question? Because to reply to this question, you can't reply unless you know who gets enlightened. Obviously, Atma doesn't get enlightened. That's why it's called the inner divinity. Always divine. You don't become divine. You are divine from birth. That divinity is unborn, uncreated. On the other hand, enlightenment is not for the physical body. Coming here to Arsha Vidya Gurukulam is not for the physical body, although the cooks prepare very nice food, which is good. For whom, then, is enlightenment? And that's a surprisingly complex question. Shankaracharya is so brilliant, though, he manages to give a one-word answer. Of course, his style in his commentary is first he gives a one-word answer, then he goes on for several paragraphs. That's his style. The one-word answer to the question, who gets enlightened, he says, prachuhu. The one who is asking the question is the one who gets enlightened. And this echoes one of the most brilliant teachings found in all of the Upanishads. This one from a rather obscure Amrita Bindu Upanishad, and some of you will recognize these words. Mana eva manushyanam karanam bandha mokshayoho. Manushyanam, for all people, the karanam, the cause, bandha mokshayoho, for bondage and liberation. The cause is mana eva, the mind alone. Manas eva. In the mind alone is the cause for bondage and for enlightenment, because as we have all heard Puja Swami Dayananda say many, many times, the cause for our suffering in life is ignorance. Not ignorance in general, but specifically ignorance with regard to your own true nature, as such, that inner divinity, Satchidananda Atma. Puja Swamiji liked to use the term self-non-recognition. I use that term all the time in my classes because his expression is so vivid and so clear. If I say ignorance or ajnana, that's very abstract. But when you say self-non-recognition, failure to recognize your own essential nature, then that expression puts you on the right track, puts you on a track on which you can truly make progress in spiritual life and eventually become enlightened. So suppose you happen to understand, at least in general, what I've just explained, and you explain that to your friend, the friend who asks, are you enlightened yet? And so you explain, well, Atma is always enlightened, body never gets enlightened, Manaseva, suppose you quote Mana, they'll be very impressed if you quote that. And you explain all that, and it's a matter of self-recognition. And then they ask the next question. So, have you discovered your true nature yet? Now it gets a little bit more difficult. Have you discovered your true self yet, and that's the key word here. And that introduces another difficulty in answering, because when they're asking yet, they're implying that self-discovery is an event that takes place in time. This is one of the mistaken notions that Pujya Swamiji just addressed again and again, because it's such a common mistaken notion that one day in one situation, maybe in meditation, maybe while listening to the Guru, you finally get it, and then, aha, I'm enlightened. In that moment, in that instantaneous event, now I'm enlightened. Previously, I was an idiot. Now I'm in, and I'm using this language intentionally because it's really off the mark. It's mistaken. To imagine that there is an event, a moment when everything radically changes in life, frankly speaking, is unrealistic. Yes, I know you have read and heard accounts of people who have some kind of event, some kind of immediate recognition, and perhaps for some rare individuals, perhaps there is a moment at which something amazing happens for those rare individuals. For ordinary people, like me, nothing happens like that. So how to answer that question? Have you discovered your true nature yet? And now if you want to give a technically correct answer, it's another long-winded answer. You can't just say, oh, I made that discovery on July 23rd of 2023. Ridiculous. It's a process. In fact, it's a process that has two phases. And let me just share just a few minutes of Vedantic teachings with you, and then we'll wrap this up. Very much we all want to hear Swami Viditatmananda ji speak. But here's, as briefly as I can, there are two major phases to this process of becoming a Jivan Mukta, one who is liberated while alive. The first stage is a stage of preparation. And in fact, Swami Viditatmananda ji was speaking very nicely about that process of preparation that's required. Since the problem is in the mind, mana eva, the problem is in the mind, that mind has to be properly prepared. Otherwise, if you put knowledge in, the nice American expression, you know so much, you know so well, it goes in one ear and out the other. This is so common. Everyone hears these teachings, and few really grasp the essence of those teachings because they're not prepared. You know, back in your college days, before you took a certain class, you saw in the college catalog that there were certain prerequisites you needed to fulfill before enrolling for that class. Well, in the same way, there are many prerequisites required before you can fully grasp these teachings of Vedanta. Those prerequisites are many, and as Swami Muktatma said, one of which is compassion. What a beautiful and important value. It's essential for the sake of preparing our minds so that we can grasp those teachings. The teachings are already there, but you're not ready. When you're ready, these teachings click in a manner of speaking. So there's a long process of preparation, and it can be very long. It can be years. For some, it can be decades. As long as it requires. After that long process of preparation, yes, there is a click, there is a moment, But for most people, especially for ordinary people, it's not an ecstatic or amazing experience or an event. It's what Puja Swamiji said, self-recognition. Self-recognition means, oh, now I get it. It's like when you recognize someone you haven't seen for a long time. Pallavi was standing here, and I looks familiar, but I don't think I've seen Pallavi for 20 years. And so Pallavi looks so different. And then you may have seen me, I turned to Swami Viditatmananda, and who is that? She looks familiar. I said, oh, that's Pallavi. the son of Gita and Shanti Kumar, who I remember fondly. And I said, oh. Now, how long did it take for me to get it? So this is recognition. I recognize someone I didn't recognize before, and that's when it is what it is, when you recognize your own true nature. When I recognized it was Pallavi, I didn't jump up and down in ecstasy, although I was happy to see her. But it's the same. When you recognize your true nature, again, for ordinary people, it's not so much a moment of ecstasy as it is, oh, now I get it. That's so simple. How could I have not seen that before? I think that's a much more accurate description of that moment of self-discovery, rather than so many of these fantastic accounts that you read and hear. So this long process of preparation concludes with that moment of discovery. Oh, now I get it. And then what happens? Ironically, not much. And the reason for not much is the fact that even though you have ascertained the highest truth, manaseva, we still have this mind to deal with. A mind which is incredibly habitual in nature. To use the technical expression many of you will recognize, it's a problem of deha vasana. Vasana means a deeply embedded conditioning, vasana. And here, it's a deeply embedded conditioning in the nature of identification with your body and mind. It's called deha vasana. Let me explain it very simply. From your earliest memories, you were identified with this body and mind. Year after year, decade after decade. And notice that when you first started hearing the teachings of Advaita Vedanta, one of the first things you heard was, you're not your body and mind. And you said, yeah, I understand, but you weren't prepared yet. You hear the words, you're not your body and mind, but it doesn't really go in, as I said, until that process of preparation is over. Then you get it. Then you get it. Oh, I'm not my body and mind. But that habitual identification with your body and mind continues. Deha vasana. And think of it like this. You have spent decades. How many decades? How old are you? You don't have to tell anyone. But decades of cultivating that identification with your body and mind. You dress nicely, you talk nicely, you do important things. All of this strengthens the identification with the body and mind. And then the moment comes. Oh, I get it. I'm not my body and mind. I am me. Satchita, I am pure consciousness, to use simple language. And here's that but comes back one more time. But that Deha Vasana has been built up for decades. Is it reasonable to assume it's going to disappear in an instant? That's completely unrealistic. In fact, neuroscience today has shown that such habitual thinking is deeply wired into the neurons of our brains. It's physiological, honestly. It's physiological. It is in the concentration of chemicals at the neurons in your brain. Deha Vasana has a physiological basis in your brain. How can something physiological change in an instant? That's not the way our bodies work. So, to remove this Deha Vasana is another process. There was one process of preparation, culminating with the discovery of your true nature. Oh, now I get it. Why didn't I understand that before? But now comes the second part of that process, the process of assimilation. We use that word a lot, and it's a very meaningful word. I won't speak about it now because I'll be up here talking way too long. But let us say the process of assimilation is a process of removing that Deha Vasana, the habitual identification with your body and mind. So one process comes to an end, and another process begins, the process of removing Deha Vasana. So if you explain all that to your friend, what will be the outcome? Your friend who said, are you enlightened yet? If your friend is really interested, they'll say, wow, that's so profound. If your friend isn't very interested, they'll probably make an excuse that, I have to take care of something, and make an excuse to get out of this lengthy explanation. So, what does this mean to you? You're someplace along that continuum, all of you. You're either in that process of preparation or on that process of assimilation. You've been coming here, the process of preparation and assimilation. I used the right words. And to support these processes, we require a lot of help. I sure did. So coming here is that main form. What could be more supportive if you find yourself in a process of being a seeker in search of that inner truth? You're on this process of preparation. No place you can go that is more helpful and more supportive than coming here and hearing Swamiji, hearing all the other wonderful teachers here. Coming here is the most important thing you could do for that process of preparation. And then after making that discovery, that process of removing Deha Vasana, habitual identification, the way it works is the more intensely you contemplate. Again, I can't go on about this, but I'm speaking about Nididhyasana, Vedantic contemplation. It's a matter of being immersed in these teachings. I remember Pujya Swamiji saying that you have to be immersed in these teachings for this assimilation to go on. In fact, the metaphor, he liked this joke, this metaphor. He said if you take this, you call it rasagula, this ball of cheese, and if you want to make it, it's not rasagula until you dip it in the rasa, the sugar syrup. You dip it in, take it out and serve it. It's not rasagula yet. You have to leave it in that sugar syrup for hours, maybe overnight, before it's absorbed the sweetness. You see where this is going? We need to be absorbed in these teachings for a long time to absorb the sweetness of these teachings of Advaita Vedanta. And with the help of such wonderful teachers and this wonderful facility, no better place you can come for the sake of that of absorbing that sweetness of Vedanta. Best place is here. Thank you. Om.
Thank you, Swamiji. From the sublime to the slightly less sublime, I unfortunately have a parking announcement to make. The owner of a GMC Yukon, Pennsylvania license plate LVM 4485, I regret to inform you, you are taking up 3 spots. If you are here and can correct that, that would be much appreciated. Again, that's a GMC Yukon, PA plates LVM 4485. Thank you. I would like to introduce Sri Piyush Shah, who almost needs no introduction. Piyush Uncle has been a long-time disciple of Pujya Swamiji, a current board member and thankfully our ashram treasurer. He and his wife, Srimati Abantika Shah, have greatly supported the ashram throughout the years, and I invite Piyush Uncle to say a few words on this occasion.
Thank you, Pallavi. What a great celebration. Years back, when the first anniversary came, I don't know how many of you know, except I know Urmila Ben and many others who are associated with the beginning of this place when she and Janani and others found this place. It was a summer resort place, and then some seekers of Pujya Swamiji, when he left PRC, California, wanted to run 3 years course, and that's where Swami Viditatmananda joined. And this is the place today. Has just reformed like a spiritual university. It's unbelievable. In old days, the fundraising was the main thing. When we have occasion, we will all, get together the night before, how we're going to raise funds, because funds was the important thing. And a lot of people, here, including myself, didn't know what Gurukulam meant, what this Vedantic teaching means, and how it helps to all of us in our day-to-day life. So we passed that. I just want to give you how we have come. It was just really, when I met Pujya Swamiji and he showed me this facility and what his vision was, today I think we surpassed his vision. He would have been very, very happy. And thanks to all of you for bringing it to this stage. I want to give you a little bit, challenges we had to meet. This was, the summer camp. And in teaching, we need, to have, the students all around the year. As you know, in this part of the country, winter sets up. So we had to build, some cottages, which, we are using right now for our Gurukulam camps and other activities. But we had to winterize and everything. So a lot of things have had to take place. There were 2 challenges we had to meet. The capital expenditure, of course, in the early years, there's 40, 50 students. It was not a big expense, but when we decided to make it a permanent facility so this can remain and thousands of people can take advantage of this teaching. So that's how the first project came, was the old temple or the temple cum lecture hall complex, and which lasted in service purpose. So many classes and courses were conducted there. But Pujya Swamiji's vision was, he wanted to have a bigger facility so a lot more people can take advantage of this teaching. And he believed in teaching, that's all he wanted. I said, Swamiji, we have to year around ask for these funds, and so difficult to strain our people. I said, why don't you give me permission? You are inaugurating so many temples all over the country, and they are thriving, and our people like that concept, so why don't you give me permission? We had some land acquired, that time, joining to us, that I'll build a temple, and we'll just, bring the revenues and I'll give it back to ashram. He didn't believe that. He believed in this focus. He was a very visionary person. He said, the only way we're going to run this place is people have value of this unique teaching and unique institute. So that's how he energized me, and I believed in him 100%, and my wife, and I did my little part. To run this place, just to give you an idea, it's our annual budget for operating. Now there are two issues here. We had two confrontations, operating as well as building at the same time. So we have operating expenses and capital expenses. So to do this simultaneously was a juggling task. But in the old days, our friends, we go, of course, no bank is going to give you a loan. And we have so many board of directors. In order to get a loan, each board of directors has to disclose their financial statements in order to get. So we wanted to avoid that. Luckily, few of Swamiji's devotees came forward and they signed the guarantee notes to the bank, and it was a very interesting thing. And I was one of them, and I'm very happy that I did that. So this is how the beginning of this institute and growth started. Today, we have operating expenses of $2 million a year, which sounds like a lot more. You and I run, our own small houses. We have a facility of about 85 to 90 rooms, I understand, So 200 people can stay comfortably. And how this $2 million we can raise? We do offer many retreats and other activities during the summer months. So out of $2 million, through the retreat fees and registration, of course teaching is free, there is no charges for the lodging, we generate about roughly income of about 25% of our budget. So 75% of the money comes from the donations only. And so it's very important. So how do we inspire people to, keep this, institute going, preserve this teaching so it doesn't become commercialized? So we came up with the idea of Give for a Day. So Give for a Day is, you select a day, whatever is important for you, you give $500 and we do puja and send you prasad. I thought that was cumbersome. I think we should just go beyond that. It's a lot of work to, have thousands of, those Give for a Day to support this 75% of the budget we require to run this institute or to run this place. So we came up with, patron membership, $2,000. So considering family, each comprising of two, husband, wife, two children, we each give $500. So it comes out to $2,000. And this is, the 501c3 organizations, all donations are tax-free. So whatever bracket you are in, the highest bracket today is maybe 39-40%. So, many of us fall in that category. So if you give $2,000, about $800 we save in the taxing. So our out-of-pocket expense is only $1,200, which is nothing really, to keep this world-renowned institute going. And this is how we are addressing this issue, and people are supporting very happily, and I want you to continue to support that. So this is how we are meeting our budgets. So we strictly run on donations. So please, be generous, donate as much as you can. Now, to give you a little bit insight, what we are doing with your money. Our fiscal year ends in October 31st. So the report I'm just going to give you briefly is the October 31st, which ended last year, 2023, from November 1st, 2022. So we did meet our expenses. We did, have, little surplus money. So we raised about, but last year we raised about more than $200,000, which we need to keep, for some repairs and emergency funding. So this is how we've been operating. This year, now we are almost 9 months, and I checked, and we still, with all these retreats and everything, we are still in line. So things are doing well. The good things is, we do not have any debt. We have zero debt. Most of the institutes go under because they can't raise money. People are wonderstruck. When Swamiji's vision was to make this beautiful lecture hall, I wish you would have seen this. He would have been proud of all of you. This is what he wanted. This is what he envisioned when I met him in 1986. And this is happening in 38 years. It's a reality. So this is, this particular task people cannot believe that we put this facility for $13 million spending without any debt. We manage money very well, thanks to your support and some other big generous donors. So this is the wonderful thing. We just don't have any debt. So, and another thing I want you to think about it. It's the money we give. We are the donors and we are the beneficiaries. You give the money, you come at any time, take advantage of the classes, eat, the wonderful meals, circle around this beautiful facility. It's wonderful. You can't find place like this. I give a lot of other charities. I don't get any benefit out of it and don't want to. But here, this is unique. So it's very interesting. It's a very good thing for you to consider, to give money and support this institute. In 38 years, we have made a world-class facility with zero debt. And this knowledge is very important to preserve, and we're preserving with the leadership of our Swami Viditatmananda and all other revered teachers. So this is what the message I want to give. The other thing is in Pujya Swamiji, I consider there are 4 Tirthadhams. So Swamiji has established 4 beautiful institutes, 3 in India and 1 here. This is a Punya Bhumi. Besides the spiritual knowledge we get, you walk around this, the paths and beautiful facility grounds of this thing, you will get a lot of punya. Mahatmas like Swami Dayananji and Viditatmananda and Tatvanandaji have walked thousands of miles on this property. So this is a punya dham. This is like going through, the 4 dham yatra. So you consider that you are lucky that, we have built this beautiful facility in North America. We don't have to go to India for these studies. And we don't have, of course, the 3-year courses and everything here, but we have some 1 week camps, 2 weeks camps, 5 weeks. That's enough. This is good enough for us to get minimum knowledge as Swamiji wanted, and that's what we are providing here. I don't want you to be daridra. Always said when you go for donation, I don't know, go to the next guy. I have a lot of experience. I've done this for 38 years for this institute. Don't be. Swamiji always told me be big. Don't worry. And I did listen to him, and I became big, and I want you to be all big. In 38 years, we have brought this facility without any debt, except these expenses, which is very minimum. If you divide this among 1,000 families, each giving $2,000 is nothing. Give it with happiness, and things will grow. I have a new challenge now. We have a new young people are coming to take care of, this facility. I want them to really, go further, develop this place beyond this, what we have come up to in 38 years. Which will be that we don't have to have, we do have an endowment fund also, besides operating expenses, we also have endowment fund. But it's a very difficult task, but we do have some fund, and we have started beginning it. I was just thinking, if we have to, like many organizations in India, especially where the interest rates are very high, they run on the corpus monies and their, interest. For us to run on that, we need about $40 million of, the endowment fund, which is hard. But once everything is get paid and everything is, done, we can, have a more and more of revenues from the patron members, so-called, or general donors, so that we can have, extra money, and hopefully in next 12 years, the challenge will be to have, $40 million. That's our goal, to have $40 million endowment fund. So this is what, we're working on. So give generously. It's for our own self. This is a beautiful institute. You can't duplicate this anywhere. And this is one of a kind. It's a unique institute. As Swamiji says, this is unique teaching, and that I became the part of it. And I want you all to be inspired and leave this legacy for our children and grandchildren and everybody else, and for ourselves. So that's the message I want to give. Support this generously. Yes, there are always problems with any institute like this. People come, tell me this waste, and there's going to be waste. Don't worry about the waste. You just keep generously, learn some good things, apply in your life, and be happy. And this is the main purpose, of Swamiji's goal was in establishing this permanent institute. And we want to keep it going. I have no doubt this is going to go by leaps and bounds. I couldn't believe what I've seen in 38 years. It's tremendous growth. And we do not force anybody to give money. Before there was a time we used to give you envelopes and give money and do this and do that. We don't do that. Automatically money comes. And every year, for the last 15 years, we have not borrowed any money. Not a single money has been borrowed. So this is the spirit. I want all of you to have it, and that's what Swamiji imparted me in his prime life. Swamiji worked for Chinmaya Mission. He built the mission. He started this Arsha Vidya in his late age, maybe in his 50s. So first was Arsha Vidya Gurukulam here in Saylorsburg. Rishikesh was already there, but then he expanded a lot. Then the institute in Coimbatore came, and also in Nagpur. So there are 4 beautiful institutes. Can you believe in short period of time what he has accomplished? Because he was giving the right knowledge, and he wanted to focus strictly on Vedanta. And he has done a wonderful job, and we want to, continue his vision and grow it and make it big. So that's the message I want to give. Don't be daridra, be big, and support this institute generously. You can keep, give the money through appreciated stocks. Besides this, you can have appreciated stocks you can give, so you don't have to put any gains on that. You can also name the institute, in your will, to leave some money after giving to your children or whoever you want to give. So that's another way you can give. And you can give, on your IRA. IRA things, a lot of people, don't need that money. And so you can name, Arsha Vidya Gurukulam as a beneficiary also. There are many ways you can give. And we are so lucky and blessed. We have so much money. We don't know what we're going to do with money. This is the best institute we can support. There are thousands of temples. They're doing their work. But the institute like this, and far and few in between, and nobody can have this institute. We are world-renowned institute. If you want to learn Vedanta, you come to Arsha Vidya Gurukulam. We are Saylorsburg in the map of the universe for the seekers. So that's the things which you all contributed, and I'm very thankful to you, and keep supporting it. And thanks a lot for supporting these things. Om.
Thank you, Piyush Uncle, for that inspiring message. I kindly request all of the Swamijis on stage and Piyush Uncle to take their seats in the audience for a special slideshow. Yeah, we're going to have everyone come off. Thank you for your patience. As a celebration of her life, we present a slideshow in remembrance of Srimati Avantika Shah.
Is it possible to turn off all the lights? Thank you so much. Music has to be on. Thank you.
Mahaganapatim manasa smarami Mahadevamudam shirasanamami Mahaganapatim manasa smarami Mahadevamudam shirasanamami Mahaganapatim manasa
Jagadamba, 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 Suranaramune Zoera Jagadamba, Suranaramune Sumera Tasanamu Kastuti Karanta
Om Namah Shivaya. 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 Om Namah Shivaya.
Thank you. Thank you to Sahadev and his team for putting together a beautiful remembrance. Next, we will have a vote of thanks by Sudatmaji. Our dear Sudatmaji, who almost needs no introduction, has been the general manager of the ashram for 25 plus years. He works tirelessly to ensure that the ashram remains a haven for learning and reflection and a welcoming environment for all those who seek the teachings of Vedanta. I now invite Sudatmaji to offer words of appreciation.
Pranam Swamiji. All of the speakers have set very high standard. I will try my best to keep it in the same rhythm. Revered Swamiji and all the Swamijis and distinguished guests, dear friends, our 38-year journey in teaching Vedanta, Sanskritam, meditation and yoga has been successful due to the blessings of Lord Dakshinamurti, Pujya Swamiji, blessings and guidance from Swami Viditatmananda and other Swamijis as well as our supporters. We welcome the 39th year with same enthusiasm and spirit. We began the year 2023 by offering Rudravishekam to Lord Dakshinamurti, followed by long weekend and week-long programs for adults and families. We also conducted week-long children camps unaccompanied by parents. All our long weekends, week-long and adult courses received moderate and encouraging response. Also, we hosted Hindu Yuva Summit, camp and Samskrita Bharati weekend retreats, Ayurveda, Jain Association New Jersey, Shri Ram Sharanam, etc. We respect your lifestyle and commitment, but we believe it is more important to invest in ourselves to live a meaningful and fulfilling life. Living a quality life, achieving eternal happiness, and fulfilling our obligations can all be achieved by studying our ancient scriptures, Vedanta, under the guidance of our loving teachers. Here is how it's done. Year 2024 programs contain detailed information about all year-round programs. We encourage you to participate as much as you can. All our programs are run by our staff and volunteers, and we want to express our appreciation for them. My most sincere thanks and pranams to go out to Swami Viditatmananda, Swami Tattvedanji, and Swami Muktatmanji and all other teachers for their loving guidance and unconditional support. Also, we appreciate the continued support and presence of our dearest board members. Children are our future assets and carry our universal values through scriptures. We are seeing incredible progress at Arsha Vidya Gurukulam Vedic heritage classes. It is our pleasure to extend our deepest gratitude to Dr. Pramod Deshmukh and Srimati Malati Sundareshan and her team for their tireless work and dedication. Our outreach program now, Swami Viditatmananda, Swami Tattvedanji, Swami Muktatmanji, and Parapadnyanji, and Swami Sachidananji, Pratyagatma Chaitanya, deserves our sincere gratitude for teaching Vedanta around in US. Give them a big round of applause to all the Swamijis. We are pleased to inform you that we have successfully attracted a second generation of young adults. A team led by Shivam Gosai coordinate the event, so he also deserves a big round of applause for bringing in the second generation, which is very important. Gurukulam deeply appreciates the support and donation it received from patrons and donors. Thank you all. Our sincere thanks go out to the souvenir committee led by Samata Chaitanya, the ad sponsor and printer Sanlito. We thank Sri Chandrasekhar Nanjappa and his for facilitating today's program coverage through Sakshi TV channel and the crew led by Simha and his team. It was a pleasure to have our John Vaughan take pictures of this event all the way coming from California. Thank you, John. The beautiful pictures in our souvenirs are the work of late Shri Kshitij Joshi. His daughter, Nupur, is here with us to continue his legacy. Thank you, Nupur. We are able to carry on our program with the support and care of the Gurukulam. Thanks to Chef Ramchandra and Taraben for preparing tasty food, which you are going to eat soon now, for everyone as well as to the kitchen team and volunteers. Our housing, maintenance, and ground staff deserves thanks. The video and audio arrangements were perfectly handled by Sahadev and his diligent team. Good round of applause. Thank you all and volunteers and coordinators, as well as our Praveen Kalsabal and his wonderful team. Lata and Pramodji and their entire team, they took care of our special guest dignitaries and their needs. The quarterly Arsha Sandesha e-newsletter edited by Renuka Adiraju is well read. So Renukaji, thank you very much for doing it. The function is currently running smoothly. The whole thing was orchestrated by someone, a wonderful individual. Dr. Pallavi Collin grew up under the guidance of Puja Swamiji and Swami Viditatmananda. I request Swami Viditatmananda to bless her and her family on this great occasion. The kitchen team and serving team deserves a special thanks for serving all our Swamijis. Our thanks to Shri Karthik Patel being there like Hanumanji for Swami Viditatmananda. Karthik. Shri Piyush and Abantikaji, of course in spirit, have been kind and generous to us. Your support and care greatly appreciated, Piyush Bhai. We would like to invite you some of our upcoming events. We continue to offer meditation classes on the first and third Saturday of every month with Swamini Agamanandaji, as well as Bhagavad Gita classes on the first and third Sundays of every month. On September 23rd, Puja Swamijis and Swami Pratyek Bodhanji's Aradhana Day will be celebrated in the presence of Swami Viditatmananda, Swami Tattvadanji, and the function begins at 10:30 a.m. Once again, thank you very much. My best wishes to everyone for a happy and healthy life. As the souvenir is themed after Lord Rama, I conclude my presentation by praying Sri Rama and Lord Hanumanji to bless all of us with devotion and self-knowledge. Ramasya Charitam Shrutva Dharayeyuhu Gunanjanaha Bhavishyati Tadahyetat Sarvam Ramamayam Jagat. When people will adopt those qualities in their lives after listening to the character of Lord Sri Rama, then this world will become Ram-like. The Ramayana includes Lord Hanumanji as an integral part. Sabas sukhai lahai tumhari sarana tuma rakshaka kahu ko darna. All happiness stays with those who take refuge at your feet. When you are the protector, why be afraid? Wishing you all a very happy Raksha Bandhan. Thank you all for coming and making this event a great success. And New Jersey Donor Appreciation has asked me to announce this. New Jersey Donor Appreciation event program on Hey Govind on September 21st, that's on Saturday at 5 p.m. Please look into the brochure outside of the lecture hall for more information. Now I invite MC Dr. Pallavi should announce the remaining program. Thank you all.
Thank you, Siddharthmaji. I wanted to extend one more welcome. We have another member, Mr. Kishore Dugriala, who is joining the Arsha Vidya family. You will also likely see him in the coming months, so please give him a warm welcome. Now we will get ready for the Keynote Anniversary Address by Swami Viditatmananda ji. Swami Viditatmananda Saraswati is the president of the Arsha Vidya Peetham and head Acharya of the Gurukulam. As a learned disciple of Puja Swamiji, he expounds Vedanta with a simplicity and directness that makes it easy to assimilate. Having lived and worked in the United States prior to becoming a renunciate, he is familiar with the lifestyles in India and the West. With his insights into both cultures, he can reach out to Indians and Westerners with equal ease. This year's anniversary address is on the topic of Sharanagati, or surrender.
सहना भवतु सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यं करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। The topic of our talk today is Sharanagati, which means surrender. We can say that Sharanagati or surrender is the main teaching of the Bhagavad Gita. Surrender is surrender to Ishvara, and surrendering means letting go of our resistance to Ishvara. Ishvara means the Lord, who is creator, sustainer, dissolver, who is also the Niyanta, the ordainer of the universe. And therefore, whatever is happening because He makes it so. And surrender would then be surrendering to the realities of life. In words of Pujya Swamiji, what is Ishvara? What is done by Ishvara? Brihadaranyaka Upanishad says, under the mighty rule of this immutable, hey Gargi, the sun and moon are placed in their respective positions. The earth and heavens also remain in their respective positions. The whole universe functions in a harmony, and such powerful forces as the wind and the fire also function as though they are obedient servants. All these natural forces are very powerful. If they had the freedom, then they perhaps would choose not to behave in an ordained manner because nobody wants to be controlled. Everybody loves freedom, and therefore the sun rises regularly at a appointed time every morning. Someday he would think that, well, maybe I can also sleep a little longer. In the evening I can go home a little earlier, as we like to do. But we never find that happening. The sun rises at appointed time, sets at appointed time. And sun, even though is so brilliant, he also gives his place to moon, which is much, less bright than sun. If a human being had this chair, or power that's something similar to the sun, he would never give away his chair. Never allow the less shining people, entities like moon to shine at all. I will stay here, not allow anybody. But sun gives its place away to the moon, and moon gives its place away to the stars, and stars give away their place to lightning. Thus, everything functions in a very organized manner, harmonious manner, without any grudge, without any resistance. Meaning that the order that we have, the control that we have, is not the control of a dictator, that people who are controlled feel suppressed or feel compelled to do something. Here every element in the nature seems to be functioning willingly in a very organized manner, harmonious manner. That shows that this control is not the control of a dictator, is more the controller of a loving parent or loving guardian, I should say. And thus the primary, you can say, our Muktatmanji talked about compassion. Compassion is an expression of love. And so if you want to see, there is one way of seeing in the universe, nothing but love prevailing everywhere. And that's the reason why no element feels compelled to do something. Looks like everything in the universe is functioning willingly and contributing themselves to the functioning of the whole universe. And thus we have this harmony in the universe. From there, of course, we should also take the lesson. All creatures other than human beings, they join this harmony and therefore they also contribute, participate, surrender. There were no conflicts as far as the creation other than human beings is concerned. Everything is functioning in harmony. Whereas human being, of course, is gifted with the free will. And that is called a freedom that can be abused, meaning that the human being has freedom to abuse his free will and bring about a disharmony. Why should you want to bring about disharmony? Why should you not want to follow the harmony? And that reason is the selfishness. When there is selfishness in me, then my interest serves is most important to me. And very often, for serving my self-interest, I am willing to compromise the interest of the others or interest of the totality. The human being is capable of disturbing this harmony. And that is where the surrender comes. You willingly surrender our freedom or use our freedom in a manner that it does not disturb the harmony of the universe. But that is a little difficult. As Muktananda also said, that there are these other forces of kama and krodha and lobha. There is this passion and anger and greed and these impulses are there. And when these impulses arise in our heart, then they control us, unfortunately. And whenever we are controlled by anger, greed, jealousy, whatever we do is going to be violent, is going to be hurtful to some others. And therefore, the only entity that can hurt the universe, that can only disturb the harmony, is a human being. I like to tell this statement which you may have heard earlier. This was said about the Bronx Zoo. When you enter the zoo, there is a question: who is the most cruel creature in the world? So you would think it is tiger or it is lion or something like that, And the answer is given in the next step, next post. And what is the next post? A mirror. That's an answer to who is the most cruel creature in the universe. Because the human being has free will. And that free will is, which can be abused, that free will. And thus human being can abuse his free will and thus bring about a lot of damage to others. So this is where surrender comes in. A value for harmony, a value for happiness. Happiness can be there only when there is harmony. Happiness can be there only when there is an order. And that order also is called dharma in Vedas. That when there is order of dharma, then the whole society functions in a very harmonious manner. There's a concept of dharma in the Vedas, where the simple meaning of the word dharma is duty. What is the right thing to do? In the words of Puja Swamiji, what is the right thing to do? How do I know what my duty is in a given situation? I ask myself, what is the right thing to do in this situation? Sometimes I find Swamiji answered that question, it's difficult, I know what is the right thing to do. Then we can give you a suggestion. What would you expect other person to do? If you were in the place of somebody else, what would you expect them to do? When I interact with you, what would I expect you to do? If you want to determine that, put yourself in the place of the other one. Yes, how would you like to be treated if you were in that position? Swamiji, I would like to be treated kindly, compassionately. I would want everybody to be truthful and honest. Fine, that tells you how I should also act. Meaning it's not difficult to determine what is the right thing to do. It's difficult to do what is the right thing to do, very often. And because what is right is not always convenient, in the words of Puja Swamiji. What is right is not always beneficial to me, or what I think is beneficial to me. What is right should be beneficial by definition of right. But it may not be beneficial the way I think what is beneficial to me, which is based on my individual, what we call raga and dvesha, or attachments and aversions. I have my own attachments as to what it is that would make me happy, my own aversions as to what would make me unhappy. And I usually want to satisfy my attachments and aversions, my agenda, which may not necessarily match with the agenda of the universe, agenda that is called dharma. And that is where the conflict comes. It is my personal agenda determined by my greed or my selfishness. That is what often contradicts the agenda of the universe. And therefore, for me to decide what is the right thing to do, I have to keep under check my personal agenda if it does not coincide with the agenda of the totality. That is where dharma comes. In the words of Puja Swamiji, in every situation, there is a choice between what I like to do and what is the right to do. What I like to do is often determined by my personal agenda of fulfilling my self-centeredness. What is right to do is fulfilling the agenda of the universe. There's surrender, sharanagati. Surrender comes. That I should be willing to surrender my personal agenda to the agenda of the universe. This is called dharma. So what do I get? Why should I give up my personal agenda? Why should I give up what I like to do? What do I get out of that? Again, that's my mind will ask. And what I get out of that may not be an immediate benefit. There are two kinds of things the two kinds of choices are there almost in every situation. What we call short-term pain, long-term gain, or short-term gain, long-term pain. Short-term gain, which is immediate gratification, which is what the mind usually wants. Wants to make a choice where it gets immediate gratification. And impulse of immediate gratification doesn't care whether it hurts others or whether what it does is right or not. What I like often is seeking immediate gratification. What is right very often involves letting go of my impulse of seeking immediate gratification and maybe it may be short-term pain for the sake of long-term gain. So that is what dharma requires us to do, surrender the tendency of short-term gain in favor of the long-term gain. As Pujya Swami said, what is right to do? Maybe short-term pain, but long-term gain. What I like to do is short-term gain, not realizing that it may cause long-term pain. I don't see. And I have tendency to choose thus immediate gratification, short-term gain, which may bring about long-term pain, not only for me, for others also. There's almost every situation when we want to do what is right, some surrender is involved. Surrender of my personal agenda is very often involved. For doing what is right, I may have to surrender, let go. Either you call it surrender or let go of my personal agenda. It's letting go, letting go, letting go. Swami, what do I get? You ask me to surrender my personal agenda for the agenda of the universe. What do I there is only loss to me. I seem to be always suffering. That may be so, which may be the short-term pain. But understand that there is this long-term gain. No pain, no gain, of course. And so, this doing what is right usually involves letting go. Surrender is a rather very big word. Letting go of what is immediately beneficial to me in favor of what is the right thing to do and which brings about a long-term gain. This is the day-to-day surrender that is required in our life. Then of course ultimately surrender leads to what Swami Muktatmananda, Swami Viditatmananda talked about, the self-realization. They may not have used that word, but that's a big word. Or let us say in the words of Swami Viditatmananda, the discovery. And he said, discovery is a process. Self-realization, self-discovery is a process. You can call it the process of growth. What Pujya Swami used to say, emotional maturity or emotional growth. And what is emotional maturity is that we do not become controlled by our impulses. It's not anger that controls me, not jealousy that controls me, not hatred that controls me. But I am controlled, or I choose to follow those values, of which of course compassion is one, and truthfulness or honesty. It all generally involves long-term pain, a short-term pain. Honesty, speaking truth also is not that easy. In our day-to-day life also, speaking truth is not very easy, not very convenient. Why is it so? Because we are not very often very alert. And therefore, habitually, vasana means although habits are built in there and there, I may say something which may not necessarily be right. To save my face, to save some short-term gain, I might say something, do something. And of course then you need 10, falsehoods to protect one, and that creates a series of embarrassments. But anyway, thus commitment, simple commitment to dharma or doing what is right is a big thing. And it initiates a process which ultimately leads us to self-realization. Because what is self-realization again? Is Swami, self-realization really means giving up ignorance. Ignorance means the false notion that I entertain about myself. That I am a small, individual, insignificant creature. That I don't matter, Swamiji, nobody bothers about me in the home, nobody asks my opinion, they do what they want to do. I feel insignificant, I feel controlled, I feel helpless. So, maybe this kind of things we may have to put up with. But that brings me, or the benefit is that an inner strength is what I get. When you say what is right, even though it is not convenient, it may involve some disadvantage because you say something right and Swami, it will expose me, it will do this, maybe. What does the world think if I say what is right? But if I display that courage, it says, Lord, give me the serenity to accept gracefully what I cannot change. Give me the courage to do what change what I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. That is a wonderful thing, Give me courage to do what is right. And that's the word courage there. And it is true. Doing what is right almost always involves courage. In terms of letting go of something that is dear to me. If doing what is right did not involve any personal sacrifice, everybody will do right. Understand that everybody loves truth. Everybody loves what is right. Nobody loves falsehood. Nobody loves violence. Every human being by nature loves non-violence, loves truthfulness. This value that are given to us is what we love, because that is our nature. Then Swamiji, why do we find ourselves sometimes doing opposite? Again, that is because of those vasanas or those wrong habits of anger or lust or greed. And so my greed comes up and says, Swami, if you tell the truth, then this is a loss, understand? And if you tell a little lie, after all you are a Swami, people will believe you. And so if you tell a little lie, then this is advantage. And Swami also considers advantage, okay, it will save you maybe $500, and from that you can get this one and that thing and that. So the advantage that you get by sacrificing a value is very tangible, is measurable. In terms of, material things, you can measure the advantage of sacrificing a value, of telling a lie or cheating somebody. And the benefit that there is for telling truth is not measurable. What do you get, Swamiji? Who is going to give you some kind of certificate that you are an honest person? What is the advantage? Meaning that there does not seem to be a tangible advantage of being honest or being truthful. Whereas there seems to be a tangible, measurable advantage if I tell a lie, if I am dishonest. And usually this tangible gain An intangible gain. Tangible gain when I compromise a value. Intangible gain is when I follow a value. So what's the gain, Swamiji? The gain is an inner gain, or what we may call spiritual gain. What's a spiritual gain? Well, when I tell the truth on the face of conflicts, then it gives me really this feeling of self-worth, that I could tell the truth. Even though it meant this kind of punishment, maybe mother will give a slap. If who stole this? This is in childhood. Mother will cook sweets and put in a box and put it somewhere. She will try to hide this thing, from these children. And we were pretty clever, I would know. So she may put in a box, which is very just ordinary thing. But I would know, I think that box was not there yesterday, it is there today. Something must be there. When she goes out, half the box is gone, Then say, who ate this thing? Because nobody wants to be punished. So ordinary things are happening when you are a child. I say, so I don't know. I won't be around anyway when she comes and discovers this. But then somebody, my younger sister, says, he has done it. So there is punishment involved if you are exposed. You want to avoid that punishment, so you tell a lie. So this is very common. And then these vasanas are there, that if I tell a lie, then I get away with it, then there is a benefit, a tangible benefit. Not realizing the intangible loss to my own self-worth. If I deliberately tell a lie, then I really fall down in my own perception of myself. In course of time, I stop valuing myself. I fall down in my own self-worth, That is the intangible laws that happen, but slowly and slowly. In course of time, I don't even trust myself that I would tell the truth. So, there is this loss, which is intangible loss, not measurable loss, which brings about a loss of self-worth, a lot of self-confidence. That's how we become diffident, that's how we lose self-confidence. If you want to teach children how to gain self-confidence, you should get self-worth by following these values. Just be honest, be truthful. And it is not easy, because everybody likes to get something more than others, and so therefore there are always times when I violate the order, and then to save my face I will tell a lie. So thus if we teach our children, look, the value of telling the truth, it may be painful. If telling the truth was not painful, who would not follow it? If following value was not painful, who would not follow? Because, as I said, everybody loves truth. And that's why it creates conflict in my mind whenever I deliberately violate the truth. So understand that a person who compromises truth or honesty, we condemn that person, but in reality that person is a helpless person. The helplessness that we violate a value, not willingness. Willingly, I always want to tell truth. Willingly, every human being loves truth and honesty. So, rather than condemning a dishonest person, you should know that it shows the helplessness of the person. And therefore they, in fact, deserve a greater sympathy from us rather than condemnation. So, this is how surrender comes in every situation. Where surrender of the short-term gain for a short-term pain and long-term gain. This is in our day-to-day life. Ultimately, surrender, Lord Krishna says, Karmanyavadikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana. Here, Arjuna, you have the freedom to perform your action, but you don't have the freedom to determine the result. Puja Swamiji, in a very brilliant way, explain what does it mean. What does it mean to say that I don't control the outcome? Individual does not control the outcome. Yes, I control my effort, but I don't control the outcome. What does it mean? When the outcome does not come as I expected, then do I feel sense of failure? Do I feel helpless? So Puja Swami said that may you accept that outcome as prasada, as grace of the Lord. When you perform the action, that's your freedom. But then who determines the result? Ishvara's laws of nature, or Ishvara or God determine the outcome. And so Swami said that the result or the outcome comes from Ishvara. And what comes from Ishvara or his altar is prasad. Now this was brilliant, you don't find this, I haven't seen it elsewhere, explained this way. Some 5, 6 things I culled from the teaching of Puja Swami, which was his unique insight and unique communication. One of them was this prasad buddhi, right? Accept the karma phala, result of action, as prasada of the Lord. And Swami used to say, prasada means always feel prasanna, prasadastu prasannata. When prasada comes to you, you accept it very happily. I don't judge prasada. If I am lucky, then of course the Tirupati laddu will come. But laddu doesn't always come, the sweet doesn't always come as prasada. Sometimes it may be even ashish, bhasma, or just a drop of water or some leaf. And tulasi leaf you can put it in your mouth, but if it's bilva leaf you can't even eat it, as best as I know. But still you accept with a sense of gratitude, with a sense of being blessed. Thus, if everything in our life that comes to us is understood as coming from Ishvara, and prasada is not always sweet, sometimes sour, sometimes bitter. When you go to Tirupati and then there's a long line, and what kind of prasada you get depends upon your luck. You may get laddu also, it depends, they keep changing things. So there can be what they puliyodara, that may be the rice, with for example, sambar, etc. That also depends on your turn. And so whatever comes from Lord. And then we accept it with same sense of gratitude. This is a great value. Gratitude also is a very great value. More I understand, more I reflect upon my life, I see how I am blessed every moment. And more we recognize the blessing of nature, a blessing of Ishvara, a blessing of order, how things are just given to me. And if I am honest, then I will realize that they are given to me without my even deserving them. If I am honest, then I will find out. Then I am very grateful. So gratitude is a great value which we can teach our children apart, That, be grateful for what you have. That you're born in this family, all these facilities, and be grateful. Not everybody in the world is as fortunate as you are, and therefore they don't have the benefits that you have. Of course, we should first tell ourselves, but then also we can communicate. Gratitude is a great value. All of this involves surrender. Even when the pain comes to my life, the gratitude, whatever comes to me is the blessing or grace of Ishwar, then pain also comes. Swami, why has God created pain? I guess our therapists can tell much better why God has created pain. But that's exactly what he gives me, every time I go to him. But anyway, I guess no pain, no gain. And so now when I blow, what is it called, that thing, spirometer, whoosh, my chest expands and that ball I can lift and rest it for 15 seconds. Everybody's surprised. Wow, Swami. Yeah, because the pain that I had to put up with when I go to the physical therapy sessions, people always wish me well, Swami, wish you well. You're going there, But then, no pain, no gain. That's how spirometer I can blow. And 3 balls are up there, 15 seconds, I'm very proud. So, this is how our life is, that we have to accept the pain as a reality, that it is meant for our growth. If pain was not there, then we would not survive, really. Every doctor will tell us that pain is for survival. Well, walking, if my toe strikes with a stone or something, and there is fracture, no pain, I would not know what's happening. The pain is to draw my attention. If there is not there, then there are some children who are born with that kind of disability. They cannot feel the pain. And they run around and collide against the walls and against things and break their bones and don't know. This pain also is a blessing. So whatever there is in our life is a blessing. This attitude also is called surrender, because my resistance is surrender to the acceptance of Ishvara's grace in my life. And Sharanagati, Lord Krishna starts with, as I said, start with surrendering your demand as far as the outcome is concerned. When accepting the result of the action as grace of Ishvara or Prasada, that is surrender. That's where Lord Krishna begins. It's not the end of it. That's the beginning of his training of surrender. When you grow and become a little strong, then say, hey, Swami, now give up the desire. So far you are performing actions to fulfill your personal desires, okay. Grow one step. What do you mean? To perform action without any personal desire. Then what do I do? Perform action as a contributor, as an offering to the world, to the society, to your family, to the structure or the organization where you are. Surrendering karma phala, surrendering desire for karma phala, then Lord Krishna will proceed further. How Swamiji, you surrender, he says Swami, he won't call me Swamiji. But then, so next thing that you surrender is even your kartrutva, the doership. That I am doing this. Hey, think about how an action gets performed. And that is what Arjuna was made to see. When Arjuna was made to see how it's not him, but the Lord in fact is fighting the whole battle, and how the warriors from both the armies are marching and entering the jaws of death, which is Lord's death, the jaws. He was first of all terrified, scared, and then surrendered to Lord. So, Lord Krishna said, "Hey Arjuna, I've already done your job. Don't be afraid. Don't be scared. You're going to win this battle because I've already done your job." And therefore, before you kill them, they're already killed. Then what do I do, Lord? Then just kill the people who are already killed, standing there in front of you for you to strike them. Maya hatastvam jahima vasishthaha. They are already killed by me. So therefore you jahi, you strike them. My vasishthaha, I have no fear at all. So this is not only in case of Arjuna. Ishvara does nimitta matram avasavya sachin. Here Arjuna may become the nimitta, just instrument in my hand. All of this involves surrender of my ego, my notions that I am doing things. Ego means bunch of notions. Then I become the instrument in the hands of the Lord. Then even kartrutvam, that I am doing it also, ultimately Ishvara is doing it. Finally, when I also is surrender, the ego also is surrender, in the light of the fact that the ego is just is a notion on my part. As Swami Viditatmananda said, that it is of course a result of this long identification. But at least I realize that the sense of individuality that I feel is not my true nature. It arises from the identification of this body, mind, sense complex. And the recognition itself is great. And then I will not justify it. I will not support it. And then my effort will be to offer that ego as a contributor. And then ultimately, in the light of knowledge, that ego, which is product of ignorance, also is surrender. So the sharanagati or surrender process ultimately results into that self-realization, meaning the identification with Ishvara, or recognizing that the I is not a small, insignificant entity that I think I am. The sense of smallness, insignificance was because of taking this body or mind as myself. I realized that no, I'm the witness of that. I'm the consciousness. So when my real dimension is recognized, then all my sense of bondage, all sorrow, everything drops off. I recognize myself as ever free, not that I became free. That's why Swami Viditatmananda says it's not an event that someday I became free. Puja Swamiji would always like, so when you became free, if you become free, that means that you are bound. If freedom is real, then bondage also is real. But freedom is not real because bondage. I should not bore you again, but I like to, by telling you the story of that cow. Have you heard this story of the cows? Yes? Somebody will say, no, just to encourage the Swami. But here is a disciple who is serving his teacher. And this guru, the teacher, had 4 cows. And one of the duties of the disciple was to take the cows to the forest for grazing in the morning. And he would return in the afternoon, tie the cows to their posts. There were 4 ropes, and each cow was tied to their respective post with the rope. This was a daily routine. One day, this disciple returns in the afternoon and finds that one of the ropes is missing. So he could tie 3 cows with the ropes, respective ropes. The 4th cow he did not know how to tie. So he goes to his guru, what do I do? He said, tie the cow. Yeah, but there is no rope, tie the cow. He did not understand. How can I tie the cow without the rope? You tie the cow every day, do it every day. So the disciple went with the gestures of tying the cow. And to his surprise, the cow stayed there for the whole night. He thought he could not sleep for the whole night. Every half an hour he would verify whether the cow is there, and the cow did not, because cow thought that it was tired. The next morning, he twisted the tail of the cows one by one. 3 cows started walking. This 4th cow, he twisted, would not walk. So he thought his Guru has done some magic, So he went back to Guru. So what's the matter? How come this cow is not moving? Hey, did you untie it? But I have not tied it. Untie. So he go and made the gestures of untying the cow. And then he twisted the tail. Cow started walking. So Vedanta explains that the bondage, the cow had a notion that I am bound. So, not that cow is made free. What is meant by freedom? Is freedom the notion that I am tied or I am bound. Not freedom from bondage, but freedom from the notion of bondage. And so also you and I are always free, like that cow. We think that we are bound. So not that we become free. We become free from the notion of bondage. If freedom was real, then bondage also will become real. Then it could come any time. If some process bound me, then it can again happen in future and I can be bound again. But no, even when I think I am bound, I am ever free. This is a great solace that Vedanta gives us, that hey, you are always free. At least when you feel sad, remind yourself, I am supposed to be free. Why am I sad? So it is the recognition of what is, or as Vedanta says, accomplishment of what is already accomplished. So this is surrender of the notion that I am bound. Not surrender of bondage, of the notion. Nothing real is to be surrendered. What is born of ignorance alone is to be surrendered. And I am always happy by surrendering, because by holding on to something, I always felt the weight of the burden of that. And it's like letting go of the burden. So surrendering is the surrendering the burden, basically born of ignorance in the various notions. And the ultimate result is the freedom. And progressively. Surrender karma phala, surrender the kartrutvam, surrender the ignorance, surrender the karta. And at every process, at every step, there is freedom, culminating into the total freedom of recognizing that our soul is free, the knowledge. So there is Sharanagati, or surrender. Well, I understand that that's all we have to do. Surrender what is thought to be a bondage. And that thought of bondage creates all this sorrow. When I realize this sorrow arises from my imagination of bondage, my projection of bondage upon myself, then we will discover that what there is freedom. It's a process, of course, because that taking myself a bound entity is going on for so long. And let me add to Swami Viditatmananda what he said, it is not only from this birth, it is going on from the time beginningless. From birth after birth, I will identify the body. And so it takes time. But it doesn't matter. And as Swami used to say, the Gangotri is beautiful, but the road to Gangotri also is beautiful. That was this process also is beautiful. And thus, surrender means freedom, and surrender means therefore enjoying the beauty of our own self. We pray to Lord Dakshinamurti to bless us all with that kind of freedom. And that is the agenda or only goal that we have in our life. Along with the other goals that you have, let this goal be always kept in mind. That I will feel that my goal is achieved as this goal is being achieved. So that's the real goal. And we seek the blessing of the Lord that we all are in that process and ultimately complete our journey with fulfillment of the goal.
Thank you so much, Swami Viditatmananda ji, for an enlightening and thought-provoking talk on Sharanagati. Before we break for lunch, I would like to take a moment to sincerely thank the many facilitators, volunteers, and supporters of today's anniversary program. Without their tireless hard work involving long hours, this program would not be possible. Our volunteers will now direct you to the dining area. Please leave your footwear where it is and you can collect it afterwards. In addition, please take a seat in the dining hall as directed by our volunteers as they are managing the flow of traffic through the hall. Lastly, after you have finished lunch, please leave your cups and boxes on the table. Since we only have a short period for lunch, we kindly ask you to allow our acharyas to finish their lunch for us to start our chanting and satsang on time. We will plan to start chanting at 2 o'clock, followed by satsang with Swamijis at 2:15. Thank you. One more announcement. If you have satsang questions for Swami Viditatmananda ji, instead of writing them on paper, please email your questions from your smartphones to arshavidyamedia@gmail.com. Thank you for your cooperation.
We are going to chant 15th chapter of Bhagavad Gita. Anyone was interested to join, please come on the stage and please join me. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Urdhamulamadash-shakam Ashvatham Prabhuravyayam Chandansi Yasya Parnani Yastam Vedasa Vedavitam Adaschodham Prasatat Tasya Shakaha Gunaprabdha Vishaya Prabalaha Adhascha Mulanyanasantatani Karmanubandhini Manushya Loke Narupamasseha Tathopalabhyate Nanto na chadir na cha sampratishtha Ashvathamenam suvirudha moolam Asangashastrena dhridena chitva Tatah padam tatparimargitavayam Yasmin gatana nivartanti bhuyaha Tameva chadyam purusham prapadde Yatah pravrittih prasata purane Nirmana mohajita sangadoshaha Adhyatma nitya vinivritta kamaha Dvandvair vimukta sukha dukkha samdnehi Gacchantya muda padamavyayantat Natadbhasayate suryaha Na shashanko na pavakaha Yadgatva na nivartante Tadhama paramam mama Mamaivamsho jiva loke Jiva bhutas sanatanaha Manashashtanindriyani Prakritistani karshate Shariram yadavapnoti Yachapyuktamatishvaraha Grihitvaitani sanyati Vayurgandhani vashayat Shrotram chakshasparshanancha Rasanam ghranameva Adhishtaya manaschayam Vishayanupasevate Utkramantam sitam vapi Bhunjanam va gunanritam Vimudhananupashyanti Pashyanti jnana chakshushaha यतन्तो योगिनश्चैनं पश्यन्त्यात्मन्यवस्थितं यतन्तोऽप्यकृतात्मानः नैनं पश्यन्त्यचेतसः यदादित्यगतं तेजः जगद्भासयतेऽखिलं यच्चन्द्रमसि यच्चाग्नौ तत्तेजो विद्धि मामकं गामाविश्य च भूतानि धारयाम्यहमोजसा पुष्णामि चौषधीः सर्वाः सोमो भूत्वा रसात्मकः अहं वैश्वानरो भूत्वा प्राणिनां देहमाश्रितः प्राणापानसमायुक्तः पचाम्यन्नं चतुर्विधं सर्वस्य चाहं हृदि सन्निविष्टः मत्तस्मृतिर्ज्ञानमपोहनं च वेदैः च सर्वैरहमेव वेद्यः वेदान्तकृद्वेदविदेव चाहं द्वाविमौ पुरुषौ लोके क्षरश्चाक्षर एव च क्षरः सर्वाणि भूतानि कूटस्थोऽक्षरमुच्यते उत्तमः पुरुषस्त्वन्यः परमात्मेत्युदावृतः यो लोकत्रयमाविश्य बिभर्तव्य ईश्वरः यस्मात्क्षरमतीतोऽहम् अक्षरादपि चोत्तमः अतोऽस्मि लोके वेदे च प्रतितः पुरुषोत्तमः यो मामेवमसम्मूढः जानाति पुरुषोत्तमं स सर्वविद्भजति मां सर्वभावेन भारत इति गुह्यतमं शास्त्रम् इदमुक्तं मया नघ एतद्बुद्ध्वा बुद्धिमान् स्यात् कृतकृत्यश्च भारत ॐ तत्सत् इति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे पुरुषोत्तमयोगो नाम पञ्चदशोऽध्यायः सर्वधर्मान् परित्यज्य मामेकं शरणं व्रज अहं त्वा सर्वपापेभ्यः मोक्षयिष्यामि मा शुचः हरिः ॐ ब्रह्मार्पणं ब्रह्महविः ब्रह्माग्नौ ब्रह्मणाहुतं ब्रह्मैव तेन गन्तव्यं ब्रह्मकर्मसमाधिना हरिः ॐ नमः पार्वतीपतये हर हर महादेव। बजाने वाला नहीं है, करिए। ओम श्री हनुमते नमः। श्री गुरुचरण सरोज रज निज मन मुकर सुधारे भरनव रघुवर विमल जसो जोदायक फलचारे बुद्धिहीन तनु जानिके सुमिर पवन कुमार बल बुद्धि विद्या देहु मुखे हरहु कलेश विकार। जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर जय कपीस तिहु लोक उजागर रामदूत तुलित बलधामा अंजनी पुत्र पवन सुत नामा महावीर विक्रम बजरंगे कुमति निवार सुमति के संगे कंचन वरन विराज सुवेशा कानन कुंडल कुंचित केसा हाथ वज्रोध्वजा विराजे कांधे मुंज जने भूषा जय शंकर सुवन केसरी नंदन तेज प्रताप महाजगबंदन
विद्यावान गुणी अति चातुर राम काज करिबे को आतुर प्रभु चरित्र सुनिबे को रसिया राम लखन सीता मन वसिया सूक्ष्म रूप धरि सिंह दिखावा विकट रूप धरि लंक जरावा भीम रूप धरि असुर संहारे रामचंद्र के काज समारे लाए संजीवन लखन जियाए श्री रघुबीर हरषि उर लाए रघुपति कीन्ही बहुत बढ़ाई तुम मम प्रिय भरत सम भाई सहस वदन तुम्हरो यश गावे अस कहि श्रीपति कंठ लगावे
सनकादिक ब्रह्मादि मुनीसा नारद सारद सहित अहिसा जम कुबेर दिगपाल जहाते कवि कोविद कहि सके कहाते तुम उपकार सुग्रीव ही कीन्हा राम मिलाया राजपद दीन्हा तुम्हारो मंत्र विभीषण माना लंकेश्वर भय सब जग जाना युग सहस्र जो जन पर भानु लील्यो ताहि मधुर फल जानु प्रभु मुद्रिका मेलि मुख माहि जलधि लांघि गए अचरज नाहि दुर्गम काज जगत के जेते सुगम अनुग्रह तुम्हारे तेते राम दुआरे तुम रखवाले होत न आज्ञा बिनु पैसारे सब सुख लहै तुम्हारी शरणा तुम रक्षक काहू को डरना आपन तेज समारो आपे तीनों लोक हाकते कापे भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे महावीर जब नाम सुनावे नासे रोग हरे सब पीरा जपत निरंतर हनुमत बीरा संकट से हनुमान छुड़ावे मन क्रम वचन ध्यान जो लावे सब पर राम तपस्वी राजा तिनके काज सकल तुम साजा और मनोरथ जो कोई लावे सोई अमित जीवन फल पावे चार युग प्रताप तुम्हारा है प्रसिद्ध जगत साधु संत के तुम रखवारे असुर निकंदन राम दुलारे अष्ट सिद्धि नव निधि के दाता असबर दीन जानकी माता राम रसायन तुम्हारे पासा सदा रहो रघुपति के दासा तुमर भजन राम को पावे जन्म जन्म के दुख बिसरावे अंत काल रघुवरपुर जाई जहाँ जन्म हरि भक्त कहाई और देवता चित्त न धरई हनुमत से सर्व सुख करई संकट कटे मिटे सब पीरा जो समिरे हनुमत बलबीरा जय 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 हनुमान गोसाई कृपा करहु गुरुदेव की नाई जो सत बार पाठ कर कोई छूटई बंदी महा सुख होई जो यह पढ़े हनुमान चालीसा होय सिद्धि साखी गौरीसा तुलसीदास सदा हरि चेरा कीजे नाथ हृदय मोह डेरा पवन तनय संकट हरणा मंगल मूर्ति रूप राम लक्ष्मण सीता सहित हृदय बसहु सुरभूप सियावर रामचंद्र की जय पवन सुत हनुमान की जय उमापति महादेव की जय बोलो भाई सब संतन की जय श्री रामचंद्र कृपालु भज मन हरण भव भय दारुणम नव कंज लोचन कंज मुख कर कंज पद कंजारुण कंदर्प अगणित अमित छवि नव नील नीरद सुंदरम पटपीत मानव तड़ित रुचि शुचि नौमि जनक सुतावरम भजति न बंधु दिनेश दानव दैत्य वंश निकंदनम रघुनंद आनंद कंद कौशल चंद दशरथ नंदनम शिर मुकुट कुंडल तिलक चारु उदार अंग विभूषणम आजानुभुज शर चापधर संग्राम जित खर दूषणम इति वदति तुलसीदास शंकर शेष मुनि मनरंजनम मम हृदय कंज निवास कुरु कामादिखल दल गंजनम मम हृदय कंज निवास कुरु कामादिखल दल गंजनम आंजनेयाय विद्महे वायुपुत्राय धीमहि तन्नो हनुमत् प्रचोदयात्। रामाय रामभद्राय रामचन्द्राय वेदसे रघुनाथाय नाथाय सीताय पतये नमः।
श्री रामचंद्र भगवान की
जय।
बोलो बजरंगबली की
जय। बोलो दयानंद स्वामी सरस्वती की जय।
मोरी लागी लगन गुरु चरणन की, मोरी लागी लगन गुरु चरणन की, चरणन की गुरु चरणन की प्रभु 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 मोरी लागी लगन गुरु चरणन की, मोरी लागी लगन गुरु चरणन की। चरण बिना मुझे कछु नहीं बावे, चरण बिना मुझे कछु नहीं बावे, चरण बिना मुझे कछु नहीं बावे, चरण बिना मुझे कछु नहीं बावे। झूठ माय सब सपनन की, झूठ माय सब झूठ माय सब सपनन के, झूठ माय सब सपनन के। ये मोरी लागी लगन गुरु चरणन की, मोरी लागी लगन गुरु चरणन की। भवसागर सब सूख गया है, भवसागर सब सूख गया है, भवसागर सब सूख गया है, भवसागर सब सूख गया है। फिकर नहीं मुझे तरनन की, फिकर नहीं मुझे तरनन की, फिकर नहीं मुझे तरनन की, फिकर नहीं मुझे तरनन नहीं। मीरा के प्रभु गिरिधर नागर, 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 मीरा के प्रभु गिरिधर नागर। उलट बई मोरे नयनन की, उलट बई मोरे नयनन की, उलट बई मोरे नयनन की, उलट बई मोरे नयनन की। मोरी लागी लगन गुरु चरणन की, मोरी लागी लगन गुरु चरणन की, चरणन की प्रभु चरणन की गुरु चरणन की प्रभु चरणन की गुरु। मोरी लागी लगन गुरु ಚರಣನಕ್ಕಿ ಚರಣನಕ್ಕಿ गुरु महाराज गुरु जय जय पर ब्रह्म सद्गुरु जय जय गुरु महाराज गुरु जय जय पर ब्रह्म सद्गुरु जय जय गुरु महाराज गुरु जय जय पर ब्रह्म सद्गुरु जय जय गुरु महाराज गुरु जय जय पर ब्रह्म सद्गुरु जय जय गुरु महाराज गुरु जय जय पर ब्रह्म सद्गुरु जय जय गुरु महाराज गुरु जय जय पर ब्रह्म सद्गुरु जय जय गुरु महाराज गुरु जय जय पर ब्रह्म सद्गुरु जय जय गुरु महाराज गुरु जय जय पर ब्रह्म सद्गुरु जय जय पर ब्रह्म सद्गुरु जय 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 श्री रामचंद्र कृपालो भज मन हरण भव भय दारुणो श्री रामचंद्र कृपालो भज मन हरण भव भय दारुणो नव कंज लोचन कंज मुख कर कंज पद चारुणो नव कंज लोचन कंज मुख कर कंज पद चारुणम श्री रामचंद्र कृपालो भज मन हरण भव भय दारुणम श्री रामचंद्र कृपालो भज मन हरण भव भय दारुणम कंदर्प अगणित अमित छवि नव नील नीरज सुंदरो कंदर्प अगणित अमित छवि नव नील नीरज सुंदरो वट पीत मानव तडित रुचि शुचि नौमि जनक सुदावरम वटपीत मानव तडित रुचि शुचि नौमि जनक सुदावरम श्री रामचंद्र कृपालो भज मन श्री राम 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 भज दीन बंधु दिनेश दानव दैत्य वंश निकंदनो भज दीन बंधु दिनेश दानव दैत्य वंश निकंदनो रघुनंद आनंद कंद कौशल चंद दशरथ नंदनम रघुनंद आनंद कंद कौशल चंद दशरथ नंदनम श्री रामचंद्र कृपालो भज मन श्री राम श्री राम श्री राम श्री राम शिरमुकुट कंडल शिरमुकुट कुंडल तिलक चारु उदार अंग विभूषणो शिरमुकुट कुंडल तिलक चारु उदार अंग विभूषणो आजानु भुज शर चाप दर संग्राम जित कर दूषणम आजानुभुज शर चाप दर्शन ग्राम जित कर दूषण श्री रामचंद्र भव भय दारुणम श्री राम श्री राम श्री राम श्री राम इति वदत तुलसी दास शंकर शेष मुनि मनरंजनो इति वदत तुलसी दास शंकर मम हृदय कलजल निवास गुरु कामादि गलदल कंजनम मम हृदय कलजल निवास गुरु कामादि गलदल कंजनम श्री रामचंद्र कृपालो भज मन श्री राम श्री राम श्री राम श्री राम श्री राम श्री राम जय रघुनंदन जय जय रामा जय रघुनंदन जय रघुनंदन जय जय रामा जय रघुनंदन जय जय रामा जय जगज्जननी जानकी रामा जय जगज्जननी जानकी रामा जय रघुनंदन जय जय रामा जय रघुनंदन जय जय रामा जय जगज्जननी जानकी रामा जय जगज्जननी नव नव कोमल मेघ श्यामा नव नव कोमल नव नव कोमल मेघ श्यामा नव नव भवकर्णा भद्राचल रामा भवकर्णा भद्राचल रामा भवकर्णा भद्राचल रामा भवकर्णा भद्राचल रामा भयकर्णा मा दशरथ नंदन के परंदामा दशरथ नंदन दशरथ नंदन के परंदामा दशरथ नंदन दशमुख मर्दन श्री रघुरामा दशमुख मर्दन श्री रघुरामा दशरथ नंदन के परंदामा दशरथ नंदन दशमुख मर्दन श्री रघुरामा दशमुख मर्दन श्री रघुरामा दशमुख मर्दन श्री रघुरामा दशमुख मर्दन श्री रघुरामा राम 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 Ram 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 Jaya Raghunandana Jaya Jaya Rama Jaya Jagajanani Janaki Rama Jaya Jagajanani Jaya Raghunandana Jaya Jaya Rama Jaya Jaya Rama 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 Adharam Maduram Vadanam Maduram Naya Vadanam Nayanam Maduram Hasitam Maduram Hridayam Maduram Gamanam Maduram Hridayam Maduram Gamanam Maduram Maduradipate Rakhilam Maduram Vachanam Maduram Charitam Maduram Vasanam Maduram Valitam Maduram Chalitam Maduram Brahmitam Maduram Chalitam Maduram Brahmitam Maduram Chalitam Maduram Brahmitam Maduram Maduradipate Rakhilam Maduram Maduradipate Venur Maduro Renur Madura Pahanir Madura Padau Madurau Satyam Maduram Satyam Maduram Maduradipate Rakhilam Maduram Maduradipate Geetam Maduram Pitam Maduram Uktam Maduram Suktam Maduram Rupam Maduram Tilakam Maduram Rupam Maduram Tilakam Maduram Rupam Maduradipate Rakhilam Maduram Maduradipate Rakhilam Maduram Karanam Maduram Karanam Maduram Haranam Maduram Maranam Maduram Vamitam Maduram Shamitam Maduram Vamitam Maduram Maduradipate Rakhilam Maduram Maduradipate Gunja Madura Mahala Madura. Yamuna Madura, Vichi Madura. Salilam Maduram, Kamalam Maduram. Maduradipate Rakilam Maduram. Maduradipate Rakilam Maduram. Gopi Madura Leela Madura. Gopi Madura. Yuktam Maduram Bhaktam Maduram. Yuktam Maduram Bhaktam Maduram. Drishtam Maduram Sishtam Maduram. Drishtam Maduram Sishtam Maduram. Maduradipate Rakilam Maduram. Maduradipate Rakilam Maduram. Gopa Madura Gavo Madura. Gopa Madura. Yashtir Madura, Trishtir Madura, Yashtir Madura. Dalitam Maduram, Palitam Maduram. Dalitam Maduram, Palitam Maduram. Maduradipate Rakilam Maduram. Maduram, 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 Maduram. Maduram, 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 Maduram. Maduram, 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 Maduram. Maduram, 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 Maduram. Maduradipate Rakilam Maduram. Radhe, Shama 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 Radhe. Shama Radhe, 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 Radhe, Shama Radhe, Shama Radhe, Shama Radhe, Sham 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 Radhe, Shama Radhe, Shama Radhe, Sham Radhe, Shama 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 Radhe, Radhe, Shama Radhe, Shama Radhe, Shama Radhe, Sham Radhe, Shama Radhe, Shama Radhe, Shyam Radhe 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 Radhe Shyam Radhe Shyam Radhe Shyam Radhe Shyam Radhe Shyam Radhe Radhe Shyam 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 Jai Jai Govinda Jaya Hari Govinda Jai Jai Govinda Jai Hari Govinda Jai Jai Govinda Jaya Hari Govinda Jai Jai Govinda Jaya Hari Govinda Jai Jai Govinda Jai Hari Govinda Jai Jai Govinda Jaya Hari Govinda Jaya Hari Govinda Jai Jai 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 Govinda आ जाओ बंसी बजाने वाला आ जाओ बंसी बजाने वाला आ जाओ गौ चराने वाला आ जाओ बंसी बजाने वाला आ जाओ गौ चराने वाला आ जाओ मक्खन चुराने वाला आ जाओ मक्खन चुराने वाला आ जाओ मक्खन चुराने वाला आ जाओ गीता सुनाने वाला आ जाओ मक्खन चुराने वाला आ जाओ गीता सुनाने वाला आ जाओ मक्खन चुराने वाला आ जाओ मक्खन चुराने वाला आ जाओ गीता सुनाने वाला आ जाओ गीता सुनाने वाला आ जाओ बंसी बजाने वाला आ जाओ गौ चराने वाला आ जाओ मक्खन चुराने वाला आ जाओ गीता सुनाने वाला आ जाओ बंसी बजाने वाला आ जाओ गौ चराने वाला आ जाओ मक्खन चुराने वाला आ जाओ गीता सुनाने वाला आ जाओ बंसी बजाने वाला आ जाओ गौ चराने वाला आ जाओ मक्खन चुराने वाला आ जाओ मक्खन चुराने वाला आ जाओ गीता सुनाने वाला आ जाओ मक्खन चुराने वाला, आ जाओ मक्खन चुराने वाला, आ जाओ गीता सुनाने वाला, आ जाओ बंसी बजाने वाला, आ जाओ गौ चराने वाला, आ जाओ बंसी बजाने वाला। राधे श्यामा हे घन श्यामा, राधे श्यामा हे घन श्यामा, राधे श्यामा, राधा माधव मंगल धामा, राधा माधव मंगल धामा, राधे श्यामा हे घन श्यामा, राधे श्यामा हे घन श्यामा, राधा माधव मंगल धामा, राधा माधव मंगल धामा, जय 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 के मेघ श्यामा, जय 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 के, जय 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 के मेघ श्यामा, 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 जय 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 के मेघ श्यामा, मेघ श्यामा, जय 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 वृंदावन धामा, जय 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 वृंदावन, जय 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 वृंदावन धामा, जय 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 वृंदावन धामा, राधे श्यामा हे घन श्यामा, राधे श्यामा, राधा माधव मंगल धामा, जय 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 के मेघ श्यामा, जय 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 के मेघ श्यामा, Shama, Mega Shama, Mega Shama, Mega Shama, Mega Shama, Mega Shama, Jaya 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 He Mega Shama, Jaya 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 He Mega Shama, Jaya 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 Vrindavana Dama, Jaya 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 Vrindavana, Jaya 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 Vrindavana Dama, Jaya 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 Vrindavana Dama, Jaya 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 Vrindavana Dama, Jaya Jaya Govinda, Jaya Hari Govinda, Jaya Jaya Govinda, Jai Jai Govinda, Jaya Hari Govinda, Jai Jai Govinda, Jaya Jaya Govinda, Jai Hari Govinda, Jaya Jaya Govinda, Jaya Jaya Govinda, Jaya Hari Govinda, Jaya Hari Govinda, Jai Jai Govinda, Jaya Hari, Jai Jai Govinda, Jaya Hari, Jai Jai Govinda, 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 Jaya Jaya Govinda, Jai Jai 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 Govinda, Jaya Jaya Govinda, Jai Jai 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 Govinda, 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 Govinda.
welcome back. For those of you still finishing lunch in the auditorium, you can head to in the cafeteria, you can head to the auditorium for some chanting before the satsang starts.
चूडमदनान्तकशूलपाणे स्थाणो गिरीश गिरिजेश महेश शम्भो भूतेश भीतभयसूदन मामनाथम् संसार दुःखगहना जगदीश रक्ष हे पार्वती हृदय वल्लभ चन्द्रमौले भूताधिप प्रमथनाथ गिरीश चाप हे वामदेव भवरुद्र पिनाकपाणे संसार दुःख गहना जगदीश रक्ष हे नीलकण्ठ वृषभध्वज पञ्चवक्त्र लोकेश शेषवलय प्रमथेश शर्व हे धूर्जटे पशुपते गिरिजापते मां संसार दुःख शिवशङ्कर देवदेव गङ्गाधर प्रमथनायक नन्दिकेश बाणेश्वरान्धकरिपो हरलोकनाथ संसार दुःख गहना जगदीश रक्ष वाराणसीपुरपते मणिकर्णिकेश वीरेश दक्षमखकाल विभो गणेश सर्वज्ञ सर्वहृदयैकनिवासनाथ संसार दुःख गहना जगदीश रक्ष श्रीमन्महेश्वर कृपामय हे दयाळो हे व्योमकेश शिथिकण्ठ गणाधिनाथ भस्माङ्गराग नृकपाल कलापमाल संसार दुःख गहना जगदीश रक्ष कैलास शैल विनिवास वृषाकपेः मृत्युञ्जय त्रिनयन त्रिजगन्निवास नारायण प्रिय मदापह शक्तिनाथ संसार दुःख गहना जगदीश रक्ष विश्वेश विश्वभवनाशक विश्वरूप विश्वात्मक त्रिभुवनैक गुणाधिकेश हे विश्वनाथ करुणामय दीनबन्धो संसार दुःख गहना जगदीश रक्ष गौरी विलास भवनाय महेश्वराय पञ्चाननाय शरणागत कल्पकाय शर्वाय सर्वजगतामधिपाय तस्मै दारिद्र्य दुःख दहनाय नमः शिवाय
बालकमत्यच्छम् सीतापतिदूताद्यम् वातात्मजमद्यभावये हृद्यम् करुणारुणमुखकमलम् करुणारसपूरपूरितापाङ्गम् सञ्जीवनमाशासे मञ्जुलमहिमानमञ्जनाभाग्यम् शम्बरवैरिशरातिगम् अम्बुजदलविपुललोचनोदारम् कम्बुगलमनिलदिष्टम् बिम्बज्वलितोष्टमेकमवलम्बे दूरीकृतसीतार्तिः प्रकटीकृतरामवैभवस्फूर्तिः दारितदशमुखकीर्तिः पुरतो मम भातु हनुमतो मूर्तिः वानरनिकराध्यक्षम् दानवकुलकुमुदरविकरसदृशम् दीनजनावनदीक्षम् पवनतपः पाकपुञ्जमद्राक्षम् एतत्पवनसुतस्य स्तोत्रम् यः पठति पञ्चरत्नाख्यम् चिरमिह निखिलान् भोगान् भुङ्क्त्वा श्रीरामभक्तिभाग् भवति
Welcome back. Swami Viditatmananda ji will now begin the satsang. The satsang is expected to last about 1 hour. I know we have invited some questions to be sent to arshavidyamedia@gmail.com. I'm still in the process of retrieving those questions. So if anyone has a question here in the audience that they would like to ask, we will provide a mic for you to ask your question if you feel comfortable doing so. or you can write it on paper. We can provide pen and paper for you to pose your question.
Pranam Swamiji.
Yes.
What is the position of Hinduism on Darwin's theory of evolution? Because as per my understanding, Christianity does not support theory of evolution, that higher life forms evolved from lower life form. What does Hinduism say about it? Thank you.
Hinduism talks about the Dashavatara. Matsya, Kurma, Varaha. So some see sort of an evolution in this order of the Dashavatara. Matsya, the lowest, Kurma, the tortoise, Matsya, Varaha, boar, Nrsimha, half man, half lion, Vamana. So thus, some see sort of an evolution in this, but otherwise, our Puranas talk of evolution as creation of Ishvara. So we do not have this idea of evolving from unicellular organism, etc. Although Hinduism is always open to accept the scientific ideas, so we will not reject something just because it is not stated in some scriptures. We are always open to accept what is scientific. And so this evolution sounds scientific, evolving from a unicellular organism to the human being. And so, in a way, that is what Darwin also taught, I guess. And his theory of the selection, Well, what the scientists think is that the matter evolves by itself. So that is where we don't have agreement. We do not think that matter can make choice. The selection cannot be carried out by matter because we look upon matter as insentient. So it doesn't have the intelligence. You require intelligence, thereby an intelligent being to guide the evolution of matter. And it is true that that intelligence is not perceptible. Consciousness is not perceptible, so science will not accept it. Science may not accept the existence of something that is not perceptible, so therefore what is perceptible is that the matter evolves from unicellular to the most advanced things. So it appears as, but then in theory matter cannot evolve because it doesn't have the intelligence. And consciousness can only perceive, so it cannot fall in the realm of science. But it is under the guidance or as enlivened by consciousness that matter evolves. So prakritehe kriyamanai gunehi karvani sarvasah. On outward it looks as though prakriti or the matter does everything, but only when it is enlivened by self or the consciousness. Maya adhyakshena prakritihi suyate sacharacharam. Lord Krishna says prakriti or the matter or primordial energy creates everything, creates, sustains, results. Maya adhyakshana, but I am the adhyaksha. I am the very witness in whose presence the prakriti does. Meaning that prakriti being insentient cannot itself evolve or create. Nor does consciousness create because it is changeless. So prakriti cannot create because it is insentient. Consciousness cannot create because it's changeless. It's a combination of Prakriti or matter being enlivened by consciousness, that all activities take place. In ourselves also, in presence of self, the consciousness, this Prakriti or the body-mind-sense complex becomes enlivened and performs activities. There is no kartrutva in Atma, but there is presence of Atma. Kartrutva is all in Prakriti. In presence of Atma, the Prakriti is enlivened and performs his actions.
Swamiji, pranam. Swamiji, nowadays the new generation, they deal with the artificial intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
So how we can convince them about the Hinduism?
But in what way is Hinduism opposed to artificial intelligence?
Right, that's the whole idea. How we'll say, because their artificial intelligence they have in their mind. And anything we'll say, they have a different opinion. But how we'll convince the Hinduism is the best for the artificial intelligence?
But the field of artificial intelligence and the field of religion are different. Artificial intelligence is in the field of the matter. And a religion like Hinduism is the field of spirit, mainly. So artificial intelligence is concerned with the functioning of matter, whereas the religion is concerned with the spirit, with Atma. So they are not opposed to each other. We don't have to choose one. They are both applicable to us.
Namaste. Can you comment on the statement that space and time are in consciousness, and specifically in my consciousness, in terms of Atma? How can I reflect and see that space that I'm not currently experiencing is in my consciousness? And same with time. Thank you.
Time is easy to recognize because we are aware of change, and it is nature of time to bring about the change. And so we are, you can say, aware of time by the process of change about which we are aware. And you are also aware of space in terms of being aware of the objects in space. And therefore, the distance that you see between the objects, so that is how you are aware of the space. By being aware of the objects in space, you are aware of the concept of space which accommodates everything. So space is called akasham, and it's defined as avakasha pradatru akasham. So that which accommodates is called akasha, a space. So we are aware of the accommodation that all the tangible objects have, and that is space which accommodates all of us. And time, by way of change, that you see the sun revolving around the earth roughly. And so thus we see that things are changing. That way we are aware of time.
I have a couple of submitted questions via email. I'll read them to Swamiji now. The first question is, can you recommend some actionable steps to take when one is facing difficult situations in life and overcome by fear, anxiety, and depression.
So when one is overcome by depression, anxiety, fear in a given situation, what do we prescribe? In general, we can say that anxiety comes, fear comes on account of not accepting the role of Ishvara in our life. We realize that whatever is created, whatever is because of Ishvara. And therefore, the fear comes when I look upon myself as the author of something. But when I realize that the author is Ishvara, and I am one of the players in this whole scheme, in that case, the too much responsibility will not fall upon me. And then I can say, all whatever Ishvara gives me is what I try to accept. And fear is there because I am not willing to accept the unpleasant. I wish that always desirable or pleasant things happen to me, and in general, I am not willing to accept the unpleasant. Therefore, the consequence or possibility of the unpleasant creates fear in me. Fear is on account of something that has not yet happened. Fear is on account of what I imagine may happen. And what if something happens which is not favorable to me? So we should recognize that fear is on account of my imagination, number one. And number two, I have to prepare myself, because there are in every situation is something that I can control and something that I cannot control. Action I can control, the outcome of the action I cannot control. So it is practical that I should be prepared to do what is necessary by way of my effort. I should be willing to accept the outcome which I cannot control. And of course, fear is always with reference to something that I do not control. Fear is always the reference to outcome. What will happen if? So my mind imagines unfavorable outcomes, things that I do not control, unfavorableness with reference to those I do not control. And I think one thing that I sometimes suggest is that suppose what you are afraid of happens. We do not quite confront the fear. What if this happens and we stop there? Suppose we take that process a little further. Suppose it happens, then what? Oh, but then I will lose my job. Suppose that happens, then what? Oh, then I will change my apartment. Suppose that happens. If we really take this process as far as possible, maybe even the worst case scenario, we find that ultimately we can deal with it. Oh, I may not have a house, I will have an apartment, I may not have that, I will have something else, I may not have a car. Even then, there are millions of people right now who survive without all those things that I think I may not have. And I can survive, I will be able to survive the way they are surviving right now. So, if we just stop at what if I lose my job? All right, suppose you lose your job, what are the options? And thus if we really explore that, we find that we will be able to deal with it. Well, Swami, what do you know? What if I lose my job? What if I don't have income? Yes. But there are many people who are living in this situation right now, which you are imagining. And they are dealing with it, and you will be able to deal with it when you come to that situation. So I think that fear very often is on account of not confronting a situation. If you confront, then things will not remain as fearful as we imagine right now. That's what I think.
next question is also from the same writer who asked in the slokams Ananyas Chintayanto Mam from chapter 9 and from chapter 18, I believe, Sarva Dharman Parityajya, who is the I and the me in the first slokam and who is the they and the you in the second slokam?
Ananyaha Chintayanto Mam Ye Janaha Payupasate Tesham Nityaviyuktanam Yogakshemam Vahamyam. Chapter 9, verse 20, around that. So, there, by I, Lord Krishna means Ishvara. And Sarvadharma Mam, there also Lord Krishna means Ishvara. In both the cases, when Lord Krishna uses the pronoun I, he means Ishvara. Not Lord Krishna as a person, but Ishvara. Essentially, throughout Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna uses pronoun either as Ishvara or Param Brahma. In one or two cases, he uses the pronoun I as Krishna the person. And so, like in 10th chapter when it says Pandavanam Dhananjaya, etc., then he means the person, Krishna. But otherwise, the Lord Krishna uses the pronoun I in the sense of Ishvara, or sometimes even Param Brahma, which are essentially the same, with or without Upadi. Therefore, the 9th chapter, when Lord Krishna says Ananyas Chintayanta Mam, it is Lord Krishna means Ishvara. And Sarvadharman Parityajya, also Ishvara. Which ultimately amounts to also saying the self or Atma, when you know the true nature of Ishvara. But in both the verses, the pronoun I is in the sense of Ishvara. Any question? Any clarification?
Swamiji, on that one, chapter 16, it says them, you and them, Sarvadharman Parityajya.
18th.
Oh, sorry, 18th.
Sarvadharman Parityajya Mamekam Sharanvaja. Where is them? Ahantva Sarapapebhya Mokshaishyami Masuchaha. Them?
Pallavi, doesn't your question requested that? Them and you?
The person asked for that shloka Sarvadharman Parityajya, who is the they and the you?
There is no they in there. Sarvadharman Parityajya Mam Ekam Sharanam Vraja. You renounce all your dharma and take refuge unto me. Where dharma, the word is interpreted by Bhashyakara as karma. So may you renounce, that means that may you give up, may you grow out of the need to perform all your duties. What it means here, Arjuna, may you grow to a point that now you don't need to perform any duties. Then you are in a position now to reach. Meaning that to approach me as by knowledge, so Mamekam, the Sharanam Vraja, may you take refuge unto me, in terms of knowledge, may you know me as your own self. So Sarvadharman Parityajya, giving up all karma, is not just giving up, it's growing out of the need to perform karma. We perform karma or duties because there is a need. And the need is for me to grow in my inner purity. So duties are a means of growing in inner purity or Antahakana Shuddhi. And when that goal is accomplished, there is no need to perform duty anymore because I have done their job. Next step is to pursue knowledge. Mahavekam Sharanam Vraja. So Lord Krishna is talking about, as earlier also, the two stages of spiritual pursuit. Lokesmin dvidhanishta puraprokta mayanaga jnana yogena sankhyanam karma yogena yoginam. Karma yoga is the first step and jnana yoga is the second step. That's what is meant in both the cases.
I don't think we received any more questions online, so if anybody in the audience has a question, the mic will make its way over to you.
Pranam Swamiji. My question is about ego, which is also known as ahankar. How is it different from self-pride? And do you think that one should not have ego to be successful in life?
Ego basically means sense of individuality. The primary meaning of the word ego is sense of individuality. Atma or consciousness feels a sense of individuality because of identification of body-mind sense complex. So when the self identifies with one body-mind sense complex, then there arises a sense of individuality wherein I am distinct from everybody else. As I am not distinct, but as I am Swami, so and so, then I am identified with this Upadhi of the Swami. In that case I become distinct from everything else. So ego is a sense of individuality who feels the separateness from everything outside the body. That is the basic meaning of ego. The way the word ego is used in our day-to-day language is in terms of pride. Ego doesn't have to mean pride. Ego means basically the sense of individuality. Then it is further interpreted or further used, sense of pride or arrogance, etc. But that's how in our colloquial language we do use the word ego in the sense of pride. But it doesn't have to. Ego means sense of individuality, and yes, then also it means pride, because it becomes inflated, then becomes pride. But ego does not have to mean pride. Ego means sense of individuality.
Pranam Swamiji. I'm stuck with this because I'm still, just started to study Bhagavad Gita. And of course we've seen it in many, like on TV and everywhere, and heard stories about it. My question is, Sri Krishna always says, I am everything to Arjuna. Throughout the whole Bhagavad Gita, I am everything. You are me, I am you. But then he also talks about bhakti, and he tells Arjuna that surrender to me and become my devotee. If he is everything, then why is he asking? Because of course, there is Arjuna is obviously he's divine also in that sense. So, what was the purpose of Sri Krishna asking Arjuna to become a devotee and surrender unto him completely?
That Arjuna is identical to Lord Krishna in essential nature is true. But there is not yet a reality for Arjuna. Because of the identification with his own body-mind sense complex, Arjuna thinks that he is an individual different from Lord Krishna. So, he has to learn and grow up to a point to recognize that identity. And that is what Lord Krishna teaches. First start with Karma Yoga. For the Antakarana Shuddhi, more the Ashuddhi or Ragadveshas, more you feel isolated or distinct from everything else. So first stage is to reduce this Ragad, likes and dislikes or Ragadveshas, and then that sense of separateness also reduces, and then to take up the other second stage, where you recognize worship, where you inquire as to what Lord Krishna means, to discover that he is myself. So bhakti is involved in both the stages. Perform karma also with bhakti, and pursue knowledge also with bhakti. So bhakti need not be stated as a separate stage. It is there throughout. Without bhakti it becomes science. With bhakti it becomes spirituality.
Swamiji, I have another question. Blissfulness means anand. Happiness also anand. How can I difference these two?
Why do you want to differentiate? Both are ananda, happiness.
Yeah.
Well, you can say degree of ananda. Blissfulness is, is ultimate degree of ananda. Happiness is a lower degree of ananda. There are degrees of ananda or happiness that you feel. You don't always feel happiness in the same measure, isn't it? Sometimes you feel very happy, sometimes you feel less happy. So that happiness is categorized in degrees. So, moda, pramoda, the ananda. So, first level of happiness when you are, priya moda pramoda, sorry. And so when you think of something that is dear to you, you feel happiness. That degree of happiness is of priyam. Then when you get the object that you love and the degree of happiness increases, called moda. When you enjoy that thing, happiness highest is called pramoda. So priya, moda, pramoda. Thinking of something that you love, the happiness that you get is called priya. Acquiring object that you love, so thinking of laddu makes you happy, priya. It comes to your plate, moda, and put it in your palate, pramoda. Those are the degrees of happiness that you experience, and that's why priya, moda, pramoda. It's a matter of degree of enjoyment that you have. So sometimes the bliss is the word used for pramoda, the highest happiness.
Pranam Swamiji. Many times we hear of cases where people remember stuff from their past lives, people, events, sometimes entire personalities. So in the situation with reincarnation, we believe that after death, the Atma joins back into Brahma, right? Becomes part of the Paramatma, and then comes back as another life form. How do we explain the memory, this like muscle memory of a sort that the Atma has, that it can remember a past birth?
See, when we depart from this body, the Jiva Atma, the subtle body, departs from this body, that's when this body becomes lifeless. When the subtle body of Jiva Atma is here, so long it imparts life to this body. When it departs from here, this body becomes lifeless, that's called death. And then the Jiva Atma, subtle body, acquires another body. It's likely that all the memories go along with him, but all the memories are all in the unmanifest form, so you don't have any specific memory at all. The idea is that at the time of death, all memory is lost. That's a general rule. But it can happen in some cases that some memory goes, and therefore it is possible that someone remembers the past life or parts of past life. There are many cases like that. There is not a proof of, scientists will not accept that as proof of reincarnation or rebirth. Proof is if everybody remembers, then they will accept it. If few people remember, that's not enough, to make a theory out of that. So that is just an accident for them that you remember. So for rebirth, we have to accept we depend upon our scriptures. And it makes sense also that there is continuity of life. When there is a preservation, for example, of matter, that matter is not created, it is not destroyed. So same rule can apply to life also. Life also is not created, life also is not destroyed. This matter changes form, life also changes form from one embodiment to another. That makes much more sense than believing that life comes to an end. If matter does not get destroyed, then why should life get destroyed? I don't know. I mean, there is no point in accepting that. So that life also is preserved and continues is much more sensible. Our Jyotishis will accept that, I guess, There is no Jyotish otherwise. That you brought, your prarabdha with you, destiny, is only from past life.
Pranam Swamiji. Just continuation of that question. Some past memories come back, some don't, like you mentioned. But in case of results we get or suffering, a lot of times we say it's because of must be because of past karma, that it's always a cumulative sanchit karma. So whatever good deeds and bad deeds I accumulated in my past janma have bearing on what I'm going to experience in this janma. So is that related? Maybe memory is not there for what I did in the past, but the result is experience.
The samskaras are there.
Sanskar, yeah.
The memory, the specific memory is not there, but the samskara, the impressions of the karma is there. And when the appropriate situation happens, that memory becomes manifest. It's all there. It's seeking or waiting for an appropriate condition to happen when it becomes manifest. And so all the memories are there, even for the past also. When appropriate situation happens, they become manifest.
Swamiji, I have one other question.
No problem, go ahead.
We say that human life is the best life. And we don't know after our death whether we be the human being or somebody else. But population is keep on increasing. Where these people are coming?
So many mosquitoes are becoming human beings, maybe,
It means some different types of animal, they did pretty good job and they become a human being.
No, as human beings they did good job and they did bad job. So for bad job they are going suffering in the animal life. When that is over, then the good job takes over and makes them be born as human beings. So when you depart from here, there is a whole sequence that karma takes place. All the powerful karma will first, control. Then next powerful. And so, when most powerful karmas are exhausted, then you may take birth as a human being. Everything will be born as a human being ultimately. So departing from this human form now to acquiring the human form in future, there may be a number of births depending upon their karma. Likely that even from now, from this birth you can go to human birth also. No, there is no rule that you will necessarily go to another yoni, but depends on the karma. So powerful karma will determine what the next embodiment will be. The next powerful karma will determine the second one, and so forth. That's how the sequence will take place.
Pranam Swamiji. I have a question in Bhagavad Gita chapter 9. There is one shloka. Mam hi partha vyapashritya yepisya papayonayah striyo vaishyas tatha shudraha tepi yanti param gatim. In this verse, why Lord Krishna is discriminating between woman and Vaishyas, Shudras? Why he is thinking that they are inferior nature? Thank you.
Well, as far as study of the Vedas is concerned, the belief is that certain people are qualified to study the Vedas and others are not. Whatever the reason being. So, Striyaha, Vaishyaha, Tha Shudraha, usually they are excluded from study of Vedas. Although Brahmana, Kshatriya and Vaishya, all three Varna are qualified to study Veda. Brahmanas can learn and teach. Others too can only learn and not teach. So why does Lord Krishna use the word, Shudra is understandable. Vaishyas are qualified to study the Vedas, in fact. But by Vaishya, perhaps it means the Vaishya Vritti. Meaning the people who have the Vaishya Vritti of always calculation and looking at their own interest, etc., that mind, it is not a Vaishya but a mind that a Shudra possesses, a mind that a Vaishya possesses. That is not quite fit for the study which requires a certain focus and certain clarity and purity. So today also you can say that, I'll be disqualified to study particle physics and things like that. So that is not discrimination. Because education always requires a certain intellectual standard. And every kind of education required an appropriate intellectual level. So the one who is qualified to study physics may not be qualified to study particle physics, and even that may not be qualified to study something else. So it's not qualification. It is the need or requirement of a certain maturity or certain ability to study anything. Everybody cannot study particle physics. Everybody cannot study, I remember people were good in algebra, they were not good in geometry, not good in trigonometry, etc. There's no rule that everybody necessarily is good for everything. So we need not say that scriptures are discriminating. It is that people have different abilities. And the person that is good in one thing may not be good in another thing. What a Vaishya can do, a Brahmana also cannot do, and vice versa. So that was the basic reason why certain duties were assigned to, people of different caste, etc. Chaturvarnyam maya system guna karma vibhagashaha. Lord Krishna created this Chaturvarnya according to guna, the qualities, the disposition of mind, and accordingly the karma, the duties are distributed. So there is no intention of discriminating. The purpose is to assign to a person what the person is best at doing, which will be, then he will do justice to what he does. In that process he will grow also. When you are comfortable with what you are doing, then you will grow with your karma. So idea was to match the qualification with the duties. You need not say one is superior to the other. See, what an artisan can do, a Brahmana cannot do, and vice versa. But it is true that in the caste, the stage, the social order, a Brahmana is considered superior, etc. So, in that sense, a Shudra is most inferior. But then what a Shudra can do, others cannot do. Each one has their own usefulness in contribution to society. It is unfortunate that people look upon Shudra as inferior. That is our problem. I think that Vedas did not mean to say that. That was a matter of distribution of duties. Not that one duty is superior to the other, that people are qualified for doing different things. But then ultimately Brahmana came to be recognized as superior and others are inferior, and then all kinds of problems arose. And a lot of injustice was done, a lot of discrimination was done. That is how the things will happen in society if you don't have leaders, reformers from time to time. Every social order should create a reformer from time to time who will then recognize the current social and situations and bring about the changes that are required. So like Manu was a reformer, although we may think he was very orthodox, but at that time he was a reformer. Even Shankaracharya was a reformer. Ramamurthy was a reformer. And still reforms are always have certain limits to what you can do. Subsequently other leaders did not arise. Then necessary changes did not take place in the social order or changes in the social law. And then that's what happened to Hinduism also. That after Shankaracharya we did not produce a leader of that caliber. I say Ramamurthy also, but other than that we didn't have the leader of that caliber who can bring about reform. Then there was this slavery and whatever it was. So now of course we have a new smruti, that's called the Constitution. That's the latest smruti, which is what we should follow. And therefore, there of course there is an awareness that no rule is final, therefore amendments keep coming. So amendment in Constitution means that those who formed the Constitution were not omniscient and they did not foresee everything. And the time and social conditions keep changing. And so we recognize that modification changes are required, amendments are required.
Swamiji, I just have one follow-up question on this. Here Lord Krishna says, Papa Yonayaha, so that it doesn't mean that these people like woman or Vaishya or Shudra, they were born because of their sin, right? So I don't feel comfortable.
Very embarrassing question to me, You are asking me in presence of the audience which is a majority of women here, and for me to make a comment would be… So Lord Krishna has created a lot of embarrassment for the Gita teachers, But it is true. What Lord Krishna has said is what may be applied at that time.
I am ignorant, so I may not be able to, I'm not understanding. Whatever I am looking at the dictionary meaning is not true. Literal meaning is not true. We have to go beyond what is the literal meaning.
We have to interpret based on the present situation.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
He has another question, Swami.
He keeps things going anyway.
Swamiji, I teach yoga. And my philosophy is in yoga procedure, asana, pranayama, mudra, acupressure, Ayurvedic, acupressure point, and massaging, all these techniques are so powerful that if somebody follow it up, they will be free from all the problems. I believe that and practice that, and I go to the doctor, and all my doctors are my students now. Question is that I go and talk to a lot of Swamiji also time to time. Swamijis are highly educated, so much knowledge which I do not have a single point. but they don't do enough exercise. So that's why I feel bad. Why they don't walk every day? They do, but not enough. Why they don't follow whatever I said? Some stretching, breathing, okay, massaging, acupressure, massaging, all these things. If they do, they will stay for a longer time, and we are blessed to see them all the time. So that's why my question, they teach us, but I don't see
follow.
them to practice.
They don't follow.
Yeah.
Following, yeah. Practicing is different and preaching is different. Jesus is saying in Sanskrit, Paropadeshe Pandityam. Have you heard this? Paropadeshe Pandityam. There was a Brahmana, a Kathakar, who was reading Bhagavatam, giving lectures. So in course of that, one evening, he was discussing the various vegetables and so forth, and he said that this brinjal is no good, and you should not eat enough. He gave a long lecture. So then next day he was invited for a bhiksha, and the lady, the hostess, was part of the audience previous evening, and so when she was serving, she'd also made several vegetables. One of them was vegetable of the eggplant and potato, and with what do you call them? The spiced up, filled up, delicious. So when she was serving that vegetable to this Panditji, she was trying to save the eggplant should not fall into his plate, because last night he said that brinjal is no good for you. So ultimately this Brahmana Panditji said, Amma, let it come, it wants to come in my plate, let the eggplant also come. Because it's one thing to say in pravachana, one thing to overcome the temptation. Therefore, paropadeshe panditya. Panditya works when I have to give upadesha to others. When I have to follow it up, should not be so. But anyway, not that Swamijis say and don't do, they don't. I guess they think there are other things, better things to do, and it is true that once you give, the habit goes away of yogasana, pranayama, it's very difficult to pick up again. Difficult. It is unfortunate.
I also practice yoga and acupressure and massage and all that, but from observing Puja Swamiji and Swami Viditatmananda ji and some other Swamijis in our order, I realized in the spirit of utter unselfishness and selflessness and commitment to Shastra, and that too, Shastra as a pramana to prove, we have to prove into Sanskrit and all that, and students are waiting there to learn, so they tend to give more time for Loka Sangraha and others than their own health. So there is a sense of utter unselfishness and selflessness where they tend to compromise with their health. Because as Swamiji, Puja Swamiji has fired into this spirit of service and sacrifice, his students also tend to do that. So that's what my observation.
Thank you. I like to hear that, so it's good. Thank you. Smita, all the way there.
Pranam Swamiji. When we go to Lord Dakshinamurti temple and pray, it brings a lot of happiness and to me, because I can see the fruits of that prayer would be hearing the teaching, and a lot of good work happening by the people here, meeting brilliant people. And so the question is, the last few years I went to India and Gujarat, and I see many families and devotees and even sannyasis have a baby Krishna, Laddu Gopala, and I see them giving them a bath and making clothes for them and putting kumkum and feeding them, and it brings them so much happiness. And I would like to understand that, because if I see children, it gives me a lot of happiness. If I see Lord Dakshinamurti, it gives me a lot of happiness. And I think that I don't have that subtleness yet to understand why that Laddu Gopala brings them so much happiness. Because I see them, and this is more in Gujarat than the South, I see them take with them. I went to one Vedanta camp, and I saw the students bring their Laddu Gopalas there. They each had in their rooms set up their own. Or if they go, like, they'll have a case to bring them, travel with them. And they will not leave it. It will be in their hand with their purse. I don't understand that subtleness, but I wish to.
It's a matter of looking upon them as Bhagavan, you know. So, a form is Laddu Gopal, fine, but for the devotees he is Bhagavan. So he's treated as Bhagavan. Therefore, when you carry him from one place to the other, you take adequate, care and precaution to make sure that he is respected, just as when you carry your child, what kind of care you take. You try to take care that way also. So because in Gujarat and also in Rajasthan, this Pushti Marga, which was propagated by our Vallabhacharya. So that is very, that is quite prevalent in Gujarat and Rajasthan also. And Vallabhacharya ji prescribed what he calls seva, which was serving Lord Krishna, little Lord Krishna. So that is why you find this small Krishna very prevalent in Gujarat, because influence of Vallabhacharya ji, Pushti Marga, to the extent that there are some old people who spend the whole day from morning to evening, if they are very tired. So, and that is how, it's a way of observing your mind. So japa is one, this is also this kind of puja also. If you have the right kind of attitude, then like a child you look upon that and you fondle as you fondle a child. You get the same satisfaction and devotion both, love and devotion. That's the influence of Vallabhacharya ji. All right, looks like there are no more questions. So shall we conclude? Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamada Purnameva Vasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Hari Om. Good luck to all of you. All the best.